said before, are in full and quick evolution, so we need to adapt to the impacts of today, of the tomorrow, in a coherent, consistent way, to build our own adaptation strategy. So we started to explain them and to give the tools for this specialization. And I will make a very short presentation.
We are very proud of this last project. It's been published in fall 2023. Its methodology has been worked on in terms of mitigation. We are adapting it now to allow companies building a robust adaptation strategy. Feel free to check the methodology should you be interested. We've tested the methodology with 13 companies on a voluntary basis. EDF, Électricité de France, was one of them. You can see on the slide, you can click on a link and open a YouTube movie to see some testimonies. You'll see what EDF has to say about the use of the tool. That would be about it in terms of methodology. And now you have the, let's say, legit side of the things. Who has ever worked on adaptation? I don't want to be a pioneer. I want other people to test before I do my first steps. So we've performed a survey with more than 3,000 subjects, companies. What we've learned is, we see what they need is testimonies, feedback. We are working with EPE and the Ministry of Environment in order to develop a new portfolio that is to be published, we hope, in January, with 30 testimonies from companies. You can see a teaser on the screen. Everest Isolation. It's a French company in the Vaucluse region. Which example we've chosen because the impact of the adaptation efforts of these companies is quite easy to understand, to grasp. They've just changed the working conditions of their workers on heat days, thanks to what they have. They have
7 jours d'arrêt maladie.
They have less sick leaves during the year. It's just 3-4 days during the year now. It used to be far more. So the cost they avoided amount to 80,000 euros a year for this company. So it's really easy to grasp. It's tangible. It's simple, crystal clear. You see extremely tangible indicators on this sheet, and I hope this will be inspiring for entrepreneurs, for companies. That's a way to explain people. It's explain miasm 5. What adaptation is in a nutshell. The idea is to have advisors that are close to entrepreneurs, to companies, to speak a language they understand. We've been working for years with people on field in various places in France. In terms of adaptation, we cooperate. It's more about awareness raising. We have a network of trainers. We organize climate change adaptation trainings, workshops in various places in France. We have 400 trainers in France. They go to the production sites, they meet the entrepreneurs, they meet the people inside the companies and explain what adaptation is. 3 examples now. The first one, it's agriculture again. There is a whole work performed at the national level with agricultural KPIs that are consistent and that are evocative for us. You have this logo site. As you see, we have trainers as well, specialized in agriculture, that work with agriculture chambers. For example, we cooperate quite closely with the commerce and industry chambers as well. We've trained 200 trainers so that they can work together with the CCIs in the upcoming years, so that they can give advices to companies. And a last example, that's from the construction sector. Yet another one. You can see another logotype, the Resilience for Real Estate, that has been developed by the Sustainable Development Laboratory. They have developed a great expertise as far as climate change adaptation is concerned. Thanks to this platform, you can check the vulnerability of or the sustainability of the real estate you're in possession of. So, I've been talking about advisors, but the companies themselves have provided us with feedback about the triggers. This won't be a surprise for anybody, but the regulation is one of the levers you have. It's a way to mobilize people and money. The French regulation concerns mainly companies with stocks portfolios, companies that manage assets, and public companies. So in 2024 we are reaching another level, a far more ambitious one, with a European regulation. I guess you've heard about it. It's the corporate, it's a directive. It makes the companies that have more than 200 workers have to perform a reporting. It has become a non-facultative but obligatory.
The strategy, adaptation of strategy of the company. So we are going on the highest gear, and it concerns 50,000 companies in Europe. So for now, and then we'll expand it to other companies that have less than 500 employees. So this is a trigger, very important trigger. Another trigger is the demand of the parties with whom you work, your clients, your suppliers. I will ask you, what are you doing with this climatic risk? So once again, this can boost the company to start working on it. And another trigger, what you went through in terms of problems, climatic problems, that happens everywhere. In France also, there are chronic tendencies of the climate change. Many companies have been through experiences due to the climate change. So they learned it the hard way. What is important also, but this is the same everywhere. The management of the company has to be convinced and mobilized, and maybe get back to the question of mainstreaming that's been mentioned already this morning by the other speakers. The companies are getting aware of the fact that they have to integrate the risk analysis, the physical risk analysis connected with the climate change and the broader risk analysis of the companies. So that will give them a consistent approach. There's also you can see a mail address of my colleague, Mr. Manuel, who's responsible in the ADEME for the mobilization of the company, if you have other questions. Yeah, we'll see more in the future publication how to elaborate with you. Can I finish this slide? I just wanted to say that the financement coming from the state are a very important element for the mobilization. Here are just examples of fundings of programs that we manage in ADEME. That starts with the heat fund, because we also finance refreshing systems, cooling system, tourism companies who help the tourists to adapt to the climate change. The research programs, I will not list them, but for a few years we've integrated the adaptation as an axis of research, and the funds that we manage for the state, France Relance, after the COVID crisis, and the recent one, France 2030. There are several programs that deal with the innovation and the adaptation. Thank you very much, Céline, for this information. It's a very special company, and then I will switch to a company called Électricité de France with Karine, who's with us today. Yes, the adaptation subject has many challenges. There's the question of water that's becoming important. We've seen in France we had a very tense context when we had droughts. And the reaction of the French government early 2023 to implement a water plan to help the users to manage better, efficiently, how to efficiently manage this resource. How did you contribute to this work? Could you explain us how you treat this subject in your company? Thank you very much. I think, first of all, we should be happy to say that in France, we have the 4th degree. It means we know what we have to adapt to. That's been mentioned by my colleague from KWF. If we don't speak the same language, if we don't know what to adapt to, that's a big risk, because the adaptation is played at the territorial level. We can see clearly that France, unfortunately for us, is getting warmer quicker than the other countries of the world. So we really need to have this to lead this work. So 4 degrees in France, even it's 3 degrees in the rest of the world. Of course, we don't want to have 40 degrees in France. But when we deal with energy like we do, the adaptation it's not the perspective of 2050 or 2100. We have floods. Now, water is becoming a critical subject for us electricians, because this is it's used to cool our production plants, electricity plants. Two-thirds of our electricity plants, they reuse water for different purposes, and there is a fight for water. How to share water, and how we're going to share tomorrow in a world that is heating up. It's true that the summer 2022 created a certain crisis. We saw things we were not expecting to see before 10 years. That's what happened in 2022. So the government reacted with this water plan. It means 33 measures. The principle is to diminish the usage of water by 10%. Now, there's a difference between drawing water and consuming water, because usually taking water is for nuclear plants. We use a lot of water, but we give back 97% of this water. So of course we need to want to keep this resource, but let's have the correct indicators. So we need to see also the consumption, and what is the evolution between seasons. In summer, of course, it's not the same situation when there is less of this resource. We see the difference between agriculture and energy precisely now. So you really need to have precise and local. So that requires long time and expertise. We've started by a crisis. We're talking about the temperatures in 2023, and this is when we launched our first plan of adaptation. And we also have a climatic service in our R&D department. So we have 20 persons who work. Of course, they cooperate with external actors like laboratories and others to adapt the IPCC model to our work. We hope to be able to avoid big problems because the hydraulic and for nuclear, we're talking about the duration of factors that goes beyond 2050. So we know we're going to be affected by this crisis. So we really need to have to take them in consideration. On water specifically, the water is a part of our adaptation plan. In all the entities, but of course in the nuclear and hydraulic sectors. We only have results. We're talking about gains over a decade, and the losses are the volatility because we can have rainfalls average that will be kept, but lots of water at a certain moment, and then during the fall, not water at all. So we need to make our electrical system resilient, so we know when we're able to mobilize this electricity production. And I have a message to leave you. The hydro city is renewable in a double sense, because they also allowed the integration of the solar and of the wind energy, because this is where we can keep energy, save energy, so we don't have to sacrifice not hydroelectricity with other usages of water. And usually these things work much better when we are not in crisis. So it's about the governance. How do we share this water? Of course, we work on the preservation of the resource. We are testing, for example, for our closed cycles with water. We work together with the MIT today to test sort of a net that will avoid the loss of water by evaporation. So we will be working again to try to recuperate better the water coming from rainfalls, from rains and others. This is how we are trying to adapt to the world where water is going to be under more and more pressure. The ADAM is helping us a lot to share the good practices together with the other companies. We were the beta testers with 13 companies, all sort of companies, financial but also production. But we got excellent results in our tests. But that shows that there's a lot of work to do to bring everyone on this adaptation path. And the last word for me is the fact that it's becoming systemic. It wouldn't be good if we adapting ourselves. My power station is resilient, but people can't work because the trains are unable to bring them to work because the rails are too hot. We really need to work in a systemic and territorial networks. We have contracts where we can mobilize the whole supply chain, but the schools, the firefighters, this is not the way it works. We have to sit with them together around the table and to talk with people who will allow us to adapt. It's not a question only of the company to be. We won't win this fight if we work on it all by ourselves.
Thank you very much, Karine, for this great illustration and the importance to treat adaptation and mitigation together and to work collectively. It's territory-based. The matter is complex, and of course we can't work separately. We have to stand together and to stick together. Last panel, one of the most important ones about the basins territories. We have a speaker who is connected online, Eric Tardieu from the Office International de l'Eau, OIO. Hello, Eric, can you hear us properly? Hello, Ken. Hello, everyone. I can hear you. Yeah, crystal clear. Okay, thanks for joining us, online at least. The basin organizations are multi-actor platforms via which the dialogue goes about the right management, about managing the water resources. So how do they lead and cope with those challenges, and how your network, your Secretary General of the international network, an international network that gathers basins, how do you work together? How do you cope with that? Thank you very much. Well, that's right. I do participate. I'm very happy to participate in this session. This challenge affects us. We often say that water is the first victim of climate change. Hence my happiness to have the opportunity to illustrate our approach. Talking about extreme weather events, and that's what behind the losses and damages topic. We often talk about extreme weather events that are linked with water or its lack. It's often about floods or droughts. What's a basin organism? It's a multi-actor network that at the natural scale of a basin, it's often a river, but sometimes a lake or groundwaters. It's about gathering actors, stakeholders, politically and technically, to share knowledge, to share scenarios as far as the use of water is concerned, and in terms to climate change adaptation. The HORIOB, which is an international network, is the one that leads various networks in the world. It's like water agencies in France, technical organizations, and basins committees that are more political. Three key messages that I would like to share with you. The first one is planning. It's a popular word, but it's a popular word, but and it's about climate change adaptation comes with specific challenges in terms of putting things in place in comparison to scenarios. So it's vital for the knowledge about local consequences of climate change in basins. For instance, to have better tools, you need scientific knowledge. You have to know the local climate change scenarios and their sequels, their consequences. It's vital for companies like EDF, Électricité de France, for instance, as we heard. We also need shared information systems. It's one of our missions to gather data that are produced by various water users, hydroelectric power plants, agriculture, companies, cities, municipalities. Climate change generates, in addition to extreme weather events, a certain degree of uncertainty. It's important. It's important in terms of planning as well. I think it's essential to perform this quick reminder about the needs for political decision makers, the need to reinforce the shared information networks, because dialogue is multi-actor. It has to be reinforced. We are facing conflicts linked with the fact we use more and more water. Hence the need to share our knowledge about the situation as it is now, and about the situation as it is to become in the upcoming years. We know it will be difficult. We know this will be painful. We know that we will have to make tough decisions. In terms of agriculture, agriculture is using more and more water. Energy is using lots of water. Companies are using lots of water. We have to share water. So there are governance topics, governance issues linked, shared information and shared methods. So we have to we have to mobilize nature as well. We often say that there is no water security without environment security, and no environment security without water security. It's really a together we stand, apart we fall thing. It's interconnected. Water is not only a resource. It's not a disconnected. It's not disconnected from production. It's something you manage. It's interlinked. We have to manage things around a river, thinking lake, thinking river, thinking consequences, thinking floods in the cities. It's a whole reflection, a whole interconnected network of reasons and consequences. It's about nature-based solutions, as they often say. You know, it's not about having bigger pipes. It's often about having more adapted solutions. Adapted to what? To a situation you barely know sometimes. I mean, you know what it's now, but you don't know what it is to be. You don't know the future. You don't know the evolutions. You only have scenarios. So you have to preserve the natural functioning of an ecosystem. Because if you preserve a wet zone next to a basin, you can regulate the flow so that you can preserve. So you preserve a city. If you have upstream a wet land, you regulate the flow. You're not protecting only barely this geographic zone. You're also protecting the city that is downstream. So managing nature, a proper nature management allows you to properly manage cities as well. It's all interlinked, interconnected. Third and last message, I think it is crucial to accelerate the emergence of adaptation projects. We often hear, I didn't hear that this morning, but we often hear money lenders saying they lack projects. They don't see enough projects showing up. We often hear as well that it's quite complicated for people to understand how climate funding works. Our diagnosis is we have to support the first steps, the genesis of the project, the birth, especially when it comes to small projects, those very small projects that allow understanding, the information sharing systems, the ability to plan, the shared emergence, the shared projects, thanks to what we've come up with the right solutions. Those projects that mobilize a couple of million euros, not more than a couple of million euros. And very often what happens is the big companies, the big lenders, don't even notice them. So we've launched an approach that we call the adaptation, the climate change adaptation projects hub, so that we can find some small projects that are to make them visible for potential money lenders. It's essential for this kind of small projects linked with knowledge, governance, capabilities that are local to be supported, but that's a key factor in order to be able to support bigger projects later. In the agricultural sector, for instance, the project is up and running. We have a strong partnership with the AFD and with our German colleagues from the GIZ, with partners from Switzerland as well. The idea being to generate that kind of project. I think it's essential for the basins to adapt, to upscale, but local projects, the so-called little projects, the 3, 4, 5 million euros projects, to be more visible. That's what I wanted to share today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. You will stay with us, I hope. We won't be seeing you on the screen, but you'll be with us for the next part. And now, Mr. Babacar Mbaye, who's going to talk to us about the questions, this subject in Senegal, by the actions that you conduct in your basin. Yes, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for our organization to participate to this event. So important about the climate adaptations in the basins. I would like to thank for the invitation made by the AFD. The truth is that to talk about the adaptation to climate change, we could try. Please, thank you. We'll try to talk about the certain subjects. First, we'll talk about the data, and then we'll see the situation of the basins, and we'll take the examples how to we can improve the climatic resilience. All that about to see how the management of the water quality may be a very important subject. And we're talking about the plan of climate investments in the basin of Senegal River, and we'll finish up with certain development initiatives that, together with the African network of the basin, allow to accompany all the organizations in the basin. So sharing experiences, but also in terms of governance. We'll talk also about zone when we have lots of resources that have to be kept, preserved. As you can see, the basin is of the Senegal River. There are 7 under basins, homogeneous, and there are 7 main tributaries that can be distinguished. In reality, these 4 member countries that are classified by the UN as least developed countries, we have droughts, frequent and recurrent floods, and we have high population dependency on natural resources, so the degradation of the resources, fragile institutions and problems of safety, security, and high population growth. When it comes to the improvement of the resilience, climatic resilience, there are pilot experiences with the accompanying with funds coming from the World Bank and others that allow us to implement projects that go in the direction of protection of the ecosystems. We also do the promote the informations, and we promote actions and promotion of dissemination of hydrological information, promotion and sustainable practices for rational water use, and improved agricultural production. We plan to do it in other zones of the basins also. But all that to say that all goes in the direction of improving the resilience of the population to the environment. We can also say that we cannot talk about just climatic resilience. We need to emphasize the role to be played by preservation of the quality of the water in the basin. This is why l'AFP accompanies us to see the impact of the local actions in the Senegal, on the Senegal River. And everything, what is happening, why do we have such a degradation of the resources? We have companies, there was especially one, the local production that will degrade the quality of the water. So we see the bad consequences. It's polluting the waters, and all these heavy metals and clay particles which cause turbidity. And now we need to see how we can rehabilitate this river. Of course, the sense of responsibility is fundamental. That concerns the countries, because there are regulations that at an international level or regional level and national level, how we could try to apply these regulations to preserve the resources. That starts with the environmental education of the population, raising awareness, and also that concerns also the authority. We need to see how to implement operational intervention troops. I mean, we need a sort of police that has to help us to implement these things. We need to adapt this policy of preserving the quality of by the authorities. We also will use the data coming from satellite data, how we can make provisions, how we can predict the evolution of the quality. So this tool aims at working together with the AFD, working on the sand algorithms. We also IRD and the CNES that help us. We have to say that in this context, the improvement of the resilience and also the management of quality allowed us to go into creating climate investment plans for 10 years. So we have here a scheme how it works at the horizon of 2050, and we have 5 provisions and 125 measures for a total cost of 7.343 million euro. As I said earlier, this investment plans is oriented on axes. What are the axes? How to know the problems with climate. What are they precisely? Second axis, we need to know how to implement multi-sectoral actions of fight and of improving the improvements. So we have the pasture degradation, we have ecosystem degradation, and degradation of water quality. All these actions should be supported to make the management be global, to lead these climatic, to resist to these changes. These investment plans, we say that the NNBO, African Network of Basin Organizations, we're talking about the African Basin, transboundary basin. Its important role is to see how to give more dynamics to the cooperation. The cooperation between the organization of the basin, the organizations of the basin. Our colleague, I said that before, we have to reinforce the capacities of these relevant TBOs, and the information is also fundamental to be able to face the adaptation. Planification is also strategic. As said before, we also need to share between the organization of the basin. This could contribute to better manage these natural resources. You have to say that reality, when we're talking, as I said in my introduction, we cannot talk about management of the whole basin without thinking about the sources. At the level of the West Africa, they have their sources in the mountains. This is why the African Union gave a mandate to all these organizations in the basin, and in order to implement observatories of environment and of the water, to know how to preserve this resource. So when we know how it is important, we also conducted some studies that allowed us to implement an action plan. All that together with a functioning plan, an action plan that go together with the organization, but also reference studies. when you're talking about management, you have to think about, you need to have the definition of the basic references. You have to reinforce the capacity, but we need to have the collaboration with the actors to preserve the ecosystem in a global level. So we start at the level of the basin as such. So what are the requirements in order to improve the climatic resilience? But also we need to see how to work together with all the organizations of the basin through networks to share experiences and with all the financial institutions that could accompany us to do well this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ababakar, and thanks to our 6 panelists for those dense, rich and instructive words. I think we can now switch to the second part of this side event. Thanks to the richness of these interventions, this will be shortened. Can you please try to adapt and give the opportunity for the space, the room, the time for a questions and answers session? So try to keep it short. Shall we?
Allô, allô, ça marche?
Guillaume de Rouville from the Nature Conservation Fund. We are not backed by the AFD. We're not funded by the AFD so far, but I hope we will be. EDF told about minus 3% water by every 10 years. What proportion is due to heat, to evaporation, and what is due to a bad use of the resources, deforestation, intense agriculture, swimming pools, etc. That would be quite interesting to know what the breakdown is, what the proportions are. Well, and Remy, tell me if I'm correct, but it's about evapotranspiration. Mike, please, Mike. I will ask, but yeah, there are digital siblings. That's how we perform modeling, so that we understand what's going on. But it's an ongoing work. We've done so for the basins that are the closest to our assets as a company, of course. But what you are saying is important. Namely, we are struggling with that difficulty. That we have lots of data, but it's more about the viability of those data, how precise it is, and it's also about the future. You've heard perhaps about the Sainte-Soline Basin in France. It's quite a touchy subject, by the way, but one of the problems is the study that had been used by the Bergem was a bit obsolete. You know, the reality is changing so fast. The only constant is change. The context is ever changing, so that the data you have, however viable it would be, is always a picture. Is about what's now, not about what's going to be. We are trying to translate all the IPCC scenarios. It's a hard work, and not everybody has access to these capabilities, to this modeling, scenario building possibilities. So it's not simple. Is there another question, perhaps, from the audience? Once, one time, 2 times, 3 times, over. AFD, Catherine Simonet. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Ahmed Sarinsinla. My question will be asked to Peter Ellis from Germany. you said you have 80 actions planned for Senegal only, if I understood well. 80 actions per year. 80 countries, right? But when it comes to the Senegal Basin, and you are active mainly in Senegal, aren't you? So what is your prospect in terms of climate change adaptation within the Senegal Basin for 4 countries, Guinea, Mali, Mauritania and Senegal? How do you see the upcoming situation, the future?
Thank you very much for the question. So we don't really have 80 actions in Senegal, so that was a misunderstanding. So we're working globally in about 60 countries. And within Senegal and the neighboring countries, there are ongoing activities, projects in many different sectors. So it's within the German-Senegalese bilateral work collaboration that these activities are decided between Senegal and Germany and then executed by KfW and GIZ. So that's the basic setup. I wouldn't really be able to give you any projections on what we as KfW are expecting for the Senegalese basin in terms of climate change and future risks. Yeah? But I'm pretty sure that my colleagues who are working on the region, they are assessing this situation together with Senegal. And I know that Senegal has quite good capabilities in doing their own assessments. And there is a bilateral partnership between Germany and Senegal. And within this framework, I think that's the right place to work jointly on assessing the risks and the solutions. And all within the Senegalese National Action Plan on Adaptation. So that's really the setup I would foresee. Because at the end of the day, it's transaction specific what you're doing. So you might assess for Senegal or the basin, but when what EDF was also talking about, in the end of the day, you have your asset. We as bankers, we like to talk about assets, I'm sorry. So we have our assets, or you have assets that are being created, and that's where you need to drill down to risk analysis, vulnerability assessment, solution.
Merci. Thank you. Catherine? Catherine Simonet. I work within the AFD, Agence Française de Développement. Mr. Lafontaine joined us on time. Monsieur Lafontaine performed the presentation because I wasn't here. Just one thing, I found the conversation quite inspiring. I've noticed there are many actors, many stakeholders, and we find some common denominators that are interesting, often about the lack of information, the territorialization, the uncertainty factor. We are kind of jumping without parachute. And it's quite interesting, quite frightening, but quite interesting as well, because we struggle with the same things. We struggle with assessments. We've been working with Actera and Baxtel, by the way, but many things remain quite new for us. You've talked about baselines, and I think that it is indeed crucial to be able to assess right now what we are coming up with, what we are creating, the means to assess and keep thinking critically, critical thinking, and the long run perspective, the long run prospect. We'll see in 10 years' time how it becomes, but that's very important. There is another inspiring element, which is the need to communicate between stakeholders, but also to keep communicating with the outdoor world. The Senegal example is quite interesting, because you see that beyond France we have many common experiences, common approaches and common denominators more broadly. Thank you, Catherine, for this reaction. A last question perhaps from the audience, or we can give the floor back to the panelists. 5 minutes before the conclusion, would you like to react to one of the presentations, or would you like to propose a bit of a summing up, a synthesis of what you've heard today so that those who are listening to us can draw some lessons, some conclusions, a takeaway, a take home, some lessons, some hope perhaps, some ways, some tracks, some words to live by. Well, I think that the first word is now. Don't wait, it's now. Work now and create coalitions, alliances, work as teams, not alone but together. Sobriety now. Adaptation-wise, adaptation can be misorganized. You can get some misadaptation sometimes, and that's one of the pitfalls. But everything that can be done properly will help you using resources to adapt yourselves. So keep cautious.
C'est bon? OK. Alors, moi, ce que je retiens...
What I would remember, and what I will remember, is, the first challenge is making things operational. Climate action, adaptation action has to get operational. But we see now today that tangible tools do exist. Some have been created, others are being created, but they can have us becoming efficient, and that's the most important thing, and we have to keep on making efforts from that point of view. There is another study I'm thinking about that we are leading with the FD about climate governance. That's one of the topics that have been tackled upon today. That's one of the pilot studies. We have a benchmarking operation within our portfolio about good practices international-wise, to see how the action pieces are and how to take into account the climate change adaptation tools. It's project-centered. We are now, via this activity, we are developing a diagnosis activity in order to see what challenges, what governance challenges we should consider while implementing a project within a particular zone. There are various elements, without digging too deep into deeper details, but there are some elements that are covered. I think there is one thing that is quite put in line, which is the lack of capabilities when you are under scale, when jumping into action on the field, within a territory, within a community. There are huge challenges when it comes to create capabilities so that you consider and tackle this challenge. I think this is one of the main painful issues in terms of having things becoming operational. The underscale, the small scale issue. It's about going beyond the national frame and making things operational, energy-wise, agriculture-wise, health. It's Health Day today, by the way. There are bags of beautiful challenges to take up on. The good news being that we are creating multi-actor spaces within which, thanks to which we have people sat together at the table, coming up with new management tools at various levels, at the national level, at the local level, at the international level. I've been listening to you, and I wanted to perform this quick reminder as a conclusion. Okay, last short words. Keep it short, but feel free to. Yeah. Right. I fully agree with everything that has been said today, but I still feel like bringing another dimension, which is the cognitive dimension in terms of climate change adaptation. That's something we notice when talking with communities and companies. It's about connecting your experiences, which are always about the past, but to connect this with future thinking. And that's always complicated. We know it as humans, as human beings, and it's the same goes for organizations. You have to keep learning. Don't base yourself or your action barely on what you know, on what you've learned 10, 20 years ago, 2 years ago, and don't act alone. Don't play alone. Play with the others. Play as a team. So 2 things, not alone and not based upon your knowledge, on your experience, on your background. Things keep changing. The context keeps changing. It's the only constant is change. Your children, your grandchildren will adapt to a new context in a way you don't know now and you don't even dream of. And that would be the conclusion if you ask me. Thank you very much. I can only hail this multi-actor interaction. It's been said, but it's a teamwork. I agree with you. We have to assess the situation and to update as often as possible our knowledge of the situation because it keeps changing. We are performing now a study. We are aiming to money mobilizing strategy. The challenge is how to access money, how to access business angels or climate change adaptation angels. We need contact with money lenders. We need to support other organisms to go to that kind of mobilization.
We're talking about governance, and this governance starts with a plan about investment plans that we've elaborated for 10 years. The governance rule, the important role, as I said before. I told you about the importance of the SITs when you have to talk or to emphasize the matter of sources. That requires governance, and of course, sub-regional organizations do help us, but the partners are invited also to accompany us. So we can create observatories, so we can implement many things, and that can be beneficial for all the actors. Thank you very much. A short conclusion by the European Commission. I would like its representative to join us here. Thank you very much. So I'm here I'm replacing Carla Montesi, our manager of the European Commission, who could not join you today. So I'm Annika Godefroy, and I'm chief of the unity dealing with water at the European Commission. I wanted to thank the organizers for emphasizing this subject that is so important, and thank the panelists for their contribution and for telling us about the good practices. Of course, water is a priority for us, so is adaptation. Mr. Tardier has said it, the water is indeed a priority, also because it's linked with the climate change and the necessity of adaptation. And to all these floods and other phenomena that we have to face, that we do face. We are far away to filling up the objective number 6 of the ODMs. Of course, there's a question of capacities, but first of all, it's a matter of finance. We have problem with access to finances, about creating the projects, just as mentioned before. On our side, we want to mobilize lots of instruments that we already have. We know the gap is very high. The World Bank says that the gap is like 124 billion euro yearly. So we took the engagement last year in March during the UN conference on the water to help 70 million persons to access water by 2030. This is why we've developed different tools. So it's important to start approaches as we call Équipe Europe. That's transborder, and we've made tests in Asia, in Africa, to support the basin organizations to work together for a better water management. And with this instrument, with our member states, we're going to mobilize like €1 billion for on these two projects. Then we have an interesting project, an interesting instrument. It's called ESD3 Plus, which is a fund, European Fund of Sustainable Development, that allows to get fundings from the private sector. So the first call has just finished with 600 million. We have to mobilize 1.5 billion euro in the water sector, billion in the sector, water sector. We also have a contribution of 70 blue peace band with ECDF that will allow us to work in Gambia, the Gambia River, and that will allow the countries around to work together on sustainable water access. We've seen the Green Climate announcing an investment of 145 million on a tool, climate investment tool. You may know it. We know that this approach is allowed, together with with a system of guarantees or of mixing, to mobilize additional resources, financements. We also have a more traditional approach through donations, and we managed to get 6 million for the basin organization. It's a priority for us. It's very important. So we have a support to the system of the organizations in the basin to foster dialogue and exchange of practices. Just a few examples I wanted to share with you to confirm, of course, the engagement of the EU on these subjects. And I will be happy to continue cooperations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this speech. We're finishing this event. Thank you very much, and to all the speakers who accepted to come here today. Thank you all the persons who listened to them. Thank you for the French pavilion for getting. Thank you very much for the interpreters for facilitating us the cooperation with our non-francophonic friends. So we wish you very good COP28.
On va faire une photo pour les panélistes.
A photo now, if you don't mind.
Test one, check.
Miss Amy, can you hear us?
Did she join? Yeah, she joined. When? You can hear me? ايه بعرف ما فتح هلا. Can you talk?
Hi, Miss Amy, can you hear us well?
Yes, I can hear you. A little faint, but I can hear you.
Great. And Mr. Dekash, can you hear us as well?
Vous m'entendez?
Can you try talking?
Bonjour. Est-ce que quelqu'un peut me confirmer qu'il m'entend?
Yeah, we hear
Ah, vous
you very
m'entendez?
well. Yeah,
Très bien.
Merci. Je coupe le micro alors.
great. They will be in the same panel, but it's written in the run.
Yeah. Test, test.
Okay, now just
Hello?
it'll start.
All women. Hein? Toutes les femmes, en fait, souvent c'est le contraire. Donc,
Oui, c'est très bien. Ça me va très bien.
we are only women,
Only women panel.
and especially on this topic.
Yes, for sure. Yeah. But we need the men.
That's true. I agree. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yodeden Aman, and I'm representing the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. And I welcome you all to this event today. And we are trying to make the bridge between what is happening here at COP28 and another major event that will be hosted by the United Arab Emirates in 2026, namely the 15th United Nations Congress on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice. These crime congresses, they are in fact the largest gathering of the United Nations in this thematic area. They are happening every 5 years, and they are meant to set the stage. The 15th Crime Congress is meant to set the stage for the policy developments in crime prevention and criminal justice until the end of this decade. And it has, I would say, for the first time on its agenda, the element of protecting people and planet. So that's why we also thought that it would be good to have an event here at COP28. And you will see also from our panelists today that the relationship between crime prevention and criminal justice is multidimensional. Je veux remercier nos hôtes, le gouvernement.
I would like to thank the French government for their hospitality. They are an international champion when it comes to protecting environment and people. I would like to...
We will hear from a representative today, but also because they having agreed to host the next Crime Congress. And I would also like to thank all the speakers and panelists today for accepting this invitation in what is a very, very busy week. And some of them are connected online, and some will deliver a video message, so we try also to make good use of new technology. I would just like to kindly ask, as we only have 1 hour for this event today, that all the speakers kindly stick to the 5 minutes speaking time. Without further ado, je voudrais maintenant donner la parole à Madame...
I would like to give the floor to Miss Emmanuelle Lachaussée, who is Deputy Director for Environment and Climate at the Sustainable Development Direction at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of France. The floor is yours, Mrs. Lachaussée.
Thank you very much for joining us today and to give us the opportunity to state again the importance that France gives to this topic. As you said, this event is a very good opportunity to make a connection between COP28 and the 15th Crime Congress in 2026. Whether they take the form of wildlife trafficking, illegal logging, illegal fishing, illegal waste trafficking, or illegal mineral exploitation, these activities have one thing in common. They unacceptably endanger not only biodiversity and the survival of our ecosystems, but also our health, prosperity, and collective security. And environmental crime generates hundreds of millions of dollars every year. So yet, these criminal activities have so far failed to elicit the mobilization they deserve from the international community. Criminals today operate with widespread impunity, often taking advantage of the lack of specific criminalization of these crimes, the lack of ad hoc training for law enforcement officers and prosecutors, and the shortcomings of international cooperation in this field, which is still underdeveloped. In view of the seriousness of this threat, France has chosen to make a determined commitment to combating environmental crime. Firstly, at the national level, we have structured our institutions around two central offices supported by centralized jurisdictions in order to strengthen our ability to handle the most complex cases of environmental damage throughout the country. Through our third national biodiversity strategy, the French Prime Minister also announced the creation of a TRACNAT, a new intelligence service dedicated to the fight against the trade of endangered wild spices, minerals imported from conflict zones, and important deforestation. We are also very committed at the international level, where over the past 5 years, we have made significant progress towards a consensual UN definition and collective recognition of the seriousness of environmental crime. I'd like to emphasize that this progress has been made possible by the efforts of UNODC, with which France has a joint action plan to strengthen its long-term partnership in the fight against this phenomenon. And I would like to welcome the efforts made by the UAE to defend this comprehensive approach here at COP28. To my knowledge, this is the first time that we are having such a side event in a COP, in a climate COP. France is determined to continue to maintain this topic at the agenda until the next Crime Congress that will take place in Abu Dhabi in 2026. We are co-organizing an event on the link between corruption and environmental crime at the 10th COP of the UN Convention Against Corruption in a couple of days. Within environmental areas, we also supported UNODC's proposal to have a side event on environmental crime at the 6th United Nations Environment Assembly in February 2024. The publication of the Global Report on Environmental Crime in 2024 will also create momentum to communicate widely on this topic and promote our approach. I would like to point out that as part of a co-facilitation of the Congo Basin Forest Partnership with Gabon that we took over this year until next year, we decided that one of the main focus of our co-facilitation will be on environmental crime, because this is a topic that speaks clearly to the countries of the partnership. Therefore, we will be organizing several events and workshops throughout 2024. We see the next UECN Congress that will be organized by the UAE in Dubai in 2025 as a potential milestone towards the Crime Congress as well. And back when we organized the UECN Congress in France in 2021, we already co-sponsored a resolution on environmental crime. So this is a thread that we want to continue, and we will continue to be mobilized on this topic. As you can see, we have a lot of opportunities on the road to the 15th UN Crime Congress to go further and maintain the importance of environmental crime at the agenda. This will also come with the continued operationalization of projects, and this is also what the second part of this side event will talk about. I'm looking forward to our exchange today, and I would like to thank you for your presence. Thank you.
Un grand merci, Madame, and also thank you in general, Francis, as I was already mentioning, the champion also within the CCPCG in making sure that that topic obtains more international attention and that cooperation is further strengthened. We will now move to a video message by Lieutenant Colonel Dana Hamid, who is the director of the International Affairs Bureau at the Ministry of Interior of the United Arab Emirates. Please display the video message. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's with great gratitude that I stand before you today to address this COP28 side meeting. It's a great honor and a privilege to contribute to this event in which we look ahead to the 15th Crime Congress in Abu Dhabi 2026. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the government of France for its continued commitment to the environmental aspects in the crime prevention and criminal justice agenda, especially since its COP presidency in 2015, and for hosting this important event today. I also would like to express my deep appreciation to our partners, UNODC, for their invaluable support and diligent work in conducting advanced preparations for the 15th Congress. Their commitment and dedication, particularly in organizing promotional events like this, have been truly commendable. The current triple planetary crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution are growing an existential threat to society worldwide. These challenges require collective action and cooperation to create a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for communities worldwide. This global effort to protect people and planet in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is completely linked to crime prevention and criminal justice issues. In the context of current global developments, there is an urgent need to raise awareness within the international community about the deep connections between climate change, crime prevention, and criminal justice. It is our duty to ensure that the international legal framework and law enforcement agencies are better equipped to address the current and future challenges relating to both climate and crime. We live in a time where technology and digital tools have become a core pillar of the criminal landscape. The current shifts in this regard require us to at all times consider the diversification of technology-enabled and technology-dependent crimes and its impact on law enforcement and on the criminal justice institutions. At the same time, digital technologies can also represent an opportunity to enhance victim support systems and fortify overall crime prevention strategies, ensuring a responsible, cooperative, and ethical coordinated use of these new digital technologies, along with gathering accurate data on impact of climate change on crime prevention and criminal justice is essential to bolstering the global capability to respond to rapidly evolving criminal tactics. Our collective duty is to put nature, people, lives, and livelihood at the heart of climate action, and to ensure that the delivery of an inclusive COP that leaves no one behind. It is deeply encouraging to see that these critical issues will be tackled during today's event. This is why the United Arab Emirates has launched this year, in partnership with UNODC, the International Initiative of Law Enforcement for Climate Initiative, ARCTILEC for short. This initiative will present its first round of results of more than 7 projects during COP28, with 6 regional policing organizations and its support, and more than 50 local police law enforcement agencies at its ground. This initiative is a great example of the commitment of the United Arab Emirates and its belief and faith in international cooperation and joint action towards the international community's safety and prosperity. This side event presents us today with the perfect opportunity to generate key analytical views which will form the basis in the years preceding the 15th Crime Congress for the development of an integrated solution to address the impact of climate change on crime prevention and criminal justice strategies, institutions, and actors. Together today, we can meet the challenges of tomorrow. I wish you a very successful event and fruitful discussions and deliberations. Thank you so much.
We thank Lieutenant Colonel Hamid, and now it's my pleasure to turn to my left and to we will hear now from Mrs. Jamima Nyuki, the Chief of the Economic Empowerment Section of UN Women. UN Women is a partner, a strong partner, both for UNODC, but also within the context of the Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Commission. So we are very pleased to have you here today, and to, as we are joining forces to make sure that the gender dimension is reflected in our work. And I'm also particularly pleased to see so many women on the podium this morning. This is in the area of crime prevention and criminal justice, not a given, not a fact. So Mrs. Nyuki, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and it is such a pleasure to join you this morning. Thank you. We really value the partnership that we have with UNODC. I would like to limit my remarks to address two of the most pressing global emergencies and sustainable development challenges that we are faced with today, and the intersection of those challenges. And this is climate change and violence against women and girls. We know that violence against women and girls remains one of the most pervasive human rights violations worldwide, and its elimination should really be a priority in the crime prevention and criminal justice agenda. We have recently published data jointly with UNODC that shows that in 2022, around 48,000 women and girls worldwide were killed by their intimate partners, all other family members. What this means is that on average, more than 133 women or girls were killed every day by someone in their family. What I'm saying, in other words, is home has become the most unsafe place for women and girls. On the other hand, we are seeing climate change threatening our planet's sustainability, with devastating social, cultural, economic, health, and human rights impacts. But what we also see is, in the aftermath of climate-induced disasters, whether they are tropical storms, severe flooding, landslides, women and girls are facing a heightened risk of the whole spectrum of gender-based violence, including rape, sexual assault and harassment, intimate partner violence, child marriage, trafficking, and sexual exploitation. To give you just an example, following Hurricane Katrina in 2004, the rate of rape among women displaced to trailer parks rose 53.6 times the baseline rate in Mississippi for that year. What we are also seeing is women environmental human rights defenders being also at a particular risk of threats, violence, and even femicide as they take action to protect their territories, their ecosystems, and their communities from the impact of human-led habitat loss, degradation, pollution, and climate change. And while there is a higher death rate observed for male environmental defenders, we know violence against women defenders often has its origin in discriminatory and misogynistic norms and has gendered manifestations such as defamation and stigmatization, trivialization, or even sexual violence and abuse. A failure to address violence against women and girls in the context of the climate crisis poses a serious threat to some of the issues that we are discussing these next 2 weeks. It poses a serious threat to mitigation, adaptation, and resilience building efforts. I hope during the discussions here in Dubai this week, as well as during preparations for the 15th UN Crime Congress on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice, to be held here in the UAE in 2026, that we can give women and girls and gender equality the space they require when addressing climate change. At UN Women, we co-lead as part of the Generation Equality Forum, the Action Coalition on Gender-Based Violence, and the Action Coalition on Feminist Action for Climate Justice, and we are deeply committed to addressing this intersection between gender-based violence in the context of the climate crisis. I'm looking forward to the discussions.
Thank you very much, and also for giving us also these very concrete examples of how climate change has, in a way, increased also the vulnerability of women and girls for violence and crime. Now, I had mentioned before, I had referred to the United Nations Commission on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice, which acts as the preparatory body for the crime congresses as well as the follow-up body. And we will now hear a short video message from Her Excellency Ambassador Mary Mugwania of Kenya, who is currently the chair of the Commission during its 32nd session, and she has also taken the lead in negotiating the agenda for the 15th Crime Congress, which, as already mentioned, relates particularly also to protecting people and planet. So I would be grateful if we could see the video message now. Thank you. Kenya, the current chair of the Commission on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice. And before we move to the second part of our event, where we will hear from our panelists, I would just like to say a few words on behalf of UNODC. In the lead up to the 2030, in fact, final review of the Sustainable Development Goals, and in the context of the triple planetary crisis, it is more vital than ever to make this link between the interlinkages between crime prevention and criminal justice at the one hand and climate change at the other hand. And there are a few points to be stressed in this context. The first one was already mentioned by my colleague from UN Women, namely that there is a growing understanding that climate change is a driver for crime and vulnerabilities that is due to the adverse impacts of climate change on social control, food and water security, migration, and large displacement of populations, its potential to trigger conflict and to create opportunities for crime. And it's therefore very important that crime prevention strategies take into account the impact of climate change, the impact of that climate change has on risk factors for crime and violence. A second point is that there is a need to scale up resources and to provide services that are tailored to victims, to the needs of victims. It is important to address the disproportionate impact of climate change on those that are already in a vulnerable position, such as women, children, youth, and indigenous people. And in that regard, it is necessary to enhance access to justice. We will also hear from some of the panelists on this. The third aspect is that criminal justice systems need to be prepared for the impacts of climate change, both in terms of the direct impact on criminal justice infrastructure, as well as on the impact that climate change has on criminal behavior. The criminal justice system needs to anticipate how climate change will impact criminality, and criminal justice decision-making should duly reflect climate change implications of crimes committed, including in terms of considering these as aggravating circumstances when sentencing. And then the fourth aspect is on the road to the 2026 Congress. We also have to build on the outcome of the 14th Congress, which was held in Kyoto, Japan in 2021, and ensure focused, action-oriented discussions amongst a broad set of stakeholders and actors, including member states, intergovernmental organizations, civil society, and the private sector. This brings me now to the second part of today's event. We will hear now from a number of panelists who will again showcase this multi-dimensional relationship between climate change and crime prevention and criminal justice. We have 4 angles we wish to cover today, and they correspond to the points that I have just mentioned. The first angle is on the adaptability of the criminal justice actors to deal with the impact of climate change on criminal behavior. And I'm particularly pleased to have here today with us Mrs. Cindy Buckey, the Assistant Director, Illicit Markets, Emerging and Organized Crime of Interpol. So, Mrs. Buckey, could you please tell us on how climate change is impacting crime and how criminal justice actors, including law enforcement officers, can be synthesized and prepared?
Well, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here today. Illicit markets at Interpol houses 5 environmental crime areas to include wildlife, forestry, fisheries, pollution, and illegal mining, as well as global health. And I know all of you have probably heard of studies of how climate change is increasing temperature in some areas and it may impact violent crime. We've also seen changes within our own crime areas, within illicit markets. In particular, I'd like to talk about two of those. Could you please advance the slide? One of those is illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. And in that case, we've seen as sea temperatures are warming, fish are migrating in different ways. And in turn, fishermen and fishing vessels who were once possibly fishing in legal areas are forced to move to cooler and deeper waters to fish, driving these fishermen to places where they may be fishing illegally or where fishing just is unregulated. Similarly, in mining, climate has caused an increased demand for electric vehicles and in turn their batteries. Those batteries require minerals that are mined at the source. And in both cases, at the source, we see increased criminal activity. And in addition, we're seeing human trafficking, forced labor and or child labor, amongst other crimes. But it doesn't just stop there. We see increased criminal activity all along the supply chain, to include what we call enabling crimes like fraud and false statement, corruption, money laundering, and other financial crimes. And we also see other convergent crimes that are more serious, to include things like drug trafficking, arms trafficking, and even terrorism. So in response, our unit provides policing capabilities to our member countries to help tackle these crimes. We can help our member countries conduct operations to collect intelligence and seize illicit goods. But we don't just stop there with the seizures. We carry on and help them through the course of the investigations. We can launch operational support teams to help our member countries on the ground with all aspects of their criminal investigations, from interview and interrogation to evidence collection to digital forensics, whatever they may need to usher their cases along. We can also provide regional investigative and analytical case meetings where we bring people together from law enforcement from all around the world that have common interests in these cases. We can also offer an array of analytical capabilities, from data analysis to custom analytical reports. Of course, we have our signature I-24/7 means of securely sharing information, and our notices. If you would advance the slide, please. We have our signature notices. I'm sure everyone may be familiar with our red notice for wanted person, but we also have blue notices to locate an individual or to find out more information about them. And we have our purple notices for modus operandi. So those are just some of the things that we do. Our ultimate goal really is to bring all the stakeholders together, not just law enforcement, but customs, prosecutors, NGOs, private sector, academia, and scientists, and anyone that's needed to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Interpol brings police together for a safer world, and what our end goal really is to usher these cases through to the prosecutor's office to ultimately see arrests, successful prosecutions, and convictions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for providing us with an overview, a very comprehensive overview of how Interpol is supporting police enforcement all over the world to address these different forms of crime that are directly or indirectly connected to climate change. And now we try to move to Paris. I just want to see in the back whether we have the connection. we want to now deal with the second angle, namely on how making the criminal justice infrastructure itself more resilient to the impact of climate change. And it is a particular pleasure to see now on the screen Monsieur Michel Dakache, who is the chief of the Innovation Lab of the French Ministry of Justice, and where he is responsible for the implementation of green policies in prisons and in probation services. Bonjour, Monsieur Dakache. Could you please explain us on what are the main, the key impacts of climate change on criminal justice infrastructure, and what needs to be done to improve the climate resilience of this infrastructure? Over to you.
Bonjour. Madame la chef du secrétariat des organisateurs de l'ODC, chère Claudine.
Hello everyone.
Madame la sous-directrice de l'environnement et du climat.
Thank you very much, Madame de Chaussée. Dear participants and organizers, I would like to thank you and to apologize for not being there physically with you. So I'm the head of the office that's in charge of sustainable development for the prison administration department in France, and would like to talk about making the criminal justice infrastructure resilient to the impact of climate change. As you know, the temperatures in France between 20 and 27 degrees in June, 23 and 29 degrees during the summer, and heat waves lasting 5 to 15 days where temperatures have regularly exceeded 40 degrees. Our penitentiary administration is responsible for emissions. We have 0.2 million tons of carbon equivalent per year, but we have to use mobilities, etc. We are also impacted by climate change, but we also have resources that we mobilize in order to mitigate the effects. At the scale of prison administration in France, the real estate is about 3.2 million square meters. The history has been marked by great real estate plans. The ongoing plan forecast is the construction of more than 40 prisons until by 2027. So we have to adapt then to climate change so that to enhance the comfort of the prisoners and the working conditions of the people who work there. A part of the answer is real estate-wise. The infrastructure's resilience that implies a pluridisciplinary approach, a conceptual approach, first things. For some years, our administration imposes to those who realize the buildings dynamic thermal realization. Those simulations are modeling operations so that we know hour after hour the level of temperature inside the buildings. These simulations are based on different scenarios. We have the evolution of the temperatures by 2030 and heat. We also have an architectural approach that is needed with construction needs and adapting the building themselves. We have vegetalized spaces as well. There is also the climate conception of the buildings, vegetalization of spaces so that we use. We have less water evaporated, the elevations as well, ventilation, the thermic isolation, sunshades, etc. Last but not least, the core mission of the French prison service, in addition to prison security, is the reintegration of offenders, supporting them throughout the execution of their sentence with a view to their social and professional reintegration into society. Numerous workshops are offered by the public prison service, in particular for training in horticulture and market gardening, but also and above all to raise awareness of the eco-citizen and eco-responsible actions that offenders can pursue on the outside. They also offer community service projects focusing on sustainable development, such as restoring hiking trails, greening up areas, cleaning up beaches, beekeeping and much more. What are the key impacts of climate change on criminal justice infrastructure? Climate change affects in particular living and working conditions in detention, the associated level of violence and safety issues, the health of inmates and staff, especially the most vulnerable, such as the elderly, increased costs, and various axes of enhancing are envisaged. We have launched various projects. We have to measure the impacts of the climate change on working conditions. We've launched a scientific study. We have to better anticipate. We've launched prospect works. We have to conciliate what's at stake, security, and notably with climate transformation, thanks to innovation. And of course, we have to base on best practices that are identified at the international scale. I think what we are hearing today is a great illustration. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dakash.
For sharing these really good practices that have been developed in France with other countries. I know that my colleagues in Vienna are very much appreciating the ongoing cooperation with you. Now we will move to a third angle, and it is namely the importance of multidisciplinary approaches, coordination and cooperation among various actors in responding to climate change. And it's my pleasure now to give the floor to Mrs. Anne Amin, the head of the Urban Legislation and Governance Unit of UN Habitat. Now, also a question for Mrs. Amin: how to ensure sustainable urban development in the context of climate change, and how does sustainable urban development can strengthen efforts to advance crime prevention and criminal justice?
Thank you.
Merci, bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Anne Amin et je suis spécialiste de droit et de la gouvernance au sein de la section publique législation et gouvernance de l'ONU Habitat basée à Nairobi. Merci de m'avoir invité à participer à cette intéressante table ronde sur l'intersection du changement climatique et de la prévention de la criminalité. L'ONU Habitat est l'agence des Nations Unies spécialisée dans le développement urbain et territorial durable. L'agence travaille spécifiquement à la réalisation de l'objectif de développement durable numéro 11 qui vise à rendre les villes et les établissements humains inclusifs, sûrs, résilients et durables. À la lumière de cet événement, l'objectif de rendre les villes sûres est particulièrement pertinent. Comment assurer un développement urbain durable dans le contexte du changement climatique? Le changement climatique pose des défis majeurs et inédits aux villes du monde entier. L'évolution du climat exerce de nouvelles pressions sur les moyens de subsistance des citadins. Le changement climatique menace de nombreuses personnes de perdre leurs moyens de subsistance et conduira probablement à un accès de plus en plus précaire aux besoins humains. Certains groupes de citadins sont particulièrement vulnérables à ces effets. L'instabilité qui résulte du changement climatique modifie également la nature de la criminalité qui promet les progrès de l'ODD 11 visant à rendre les villes plus sûres pour tous. Dans le contexte du changement climatique et des conséquences claires sur la criminalité et la justice pénale, l'ampleur de l'urgence du défi exige que l'on mette l'accent sur des systèmes de pratiques de gouvernance solides et efficaces. La collection politique législation de l'ONU Habitat a publié un module sur le droit humain de la boîte à outils sur le droit et le changement climatique. Cette boîte à outils est conçue pour aider les décideurs politiques à établir les cadres juridiques nécessaires pour lutter contre le changement climatique et des impacts divers et multidimensionnels. Il souligne en particulier l'importance d'une gouvernance à plusieurs niveaux et l'application d'un large éventail de parties prenantes dans le processus d'élaboration et de mise en œuvre d'une législation efficace et durable. Maintenant, comment le développement urbain durable renforce-t-il les efforts de prévention à la criminalité et de justice pénale? Le développement urbain durable joue un rôle crucial dans la prévention de la criminalité et de la justice pénale par le biais de différents mécanismes interconnectés. Un élément du développement durable consiste à s'attaquer aux racines de la criminalité par une gouvernance et une législation efficace qui favorise l'inclusion, la cohésion sociale et l'engagement communautaire. Lorsque les communautés participent activement à la planification et le développement, elles renforcent les liens sociaux et créent un sentiment de responsabilité collective qui décourage les activités criminelles. Par conséquent, une gouvernance urbaine efficace est essentielle pour suivre l'évolution de la nature de la criminalité. En outre, le développement urbain durable encourage l'amélioration des infrastructures pour rendre les villes plus sûres grâce à des espaces publics bien conçus et bien éclairés, ainsi qu'à l'amélioration de la visibilité et de la surveillance naturelle pour décourager les comportements criminels. L'encouragement de la mixité et de la practicabilité est un autre moyen de rendre les villes plus sûres et en favorisant une vie de rue animée. En outre, les concepts de conception environnementale, en particulier ceux associés à la prévention de la criminalité par la conception environnementale, sont intégrés dans le développement urbain durable. Cela inclut des caractéristiques telles que les lignes de vue dégagées, un aménagement paysager stratégique pour créer un environnement urbain plus sûr. L'accès à l'éducation et à l'emploi est également pris en compte, ce qui permet de s'attaquer aux facteurs socio-économiques liés au comportement criminel. Enfin, les solutions technologiques telles que les initiatives de l'intelligence contribuent à la sécurité publique grâce à l'analyse des données et l'efficacité des services d'urgence. Le développement urbain durable prend également en compte la durabilité environnementale, les espaces verts ayant un impact positif sur la santé mentale et bien-être général de la communauté, et ce qui entraîne une réduction des taux de criminalité et une plus grande résilience climatique. En conclusion, le développement urbain durable constitue une stratégie globale visant à construire les villes résilientes et plus sûres grâce à une gouvernance inclusive et participative qui prend en compte les facteurs sociaux, environnementaux et économiques. Enfin, nous voudrions aussi nous adresser à nos partenaires pour qu'ils accélèrent la mise en œuvre des guidelines des lignes des villes sûres formulées par l'UE pour faire et inclure la prévention des crimes. Alors l'amélioration des conditions de vie dans les mauvais quartiers. Pour tout ça, pour améliorer la sécurité. Dans cet aspect, l'Habitat UN Habitat travaille sur un modèle et sur un système d'apprentissage à distance. Nous avons aussi lancé un nouveau process ensemble avec l'Habitat Norway et le SCJ pour voir les solutions et pour les présenter au forum futur. Et pour continuer cette discussion là-bas. Merci beaucoup de votre attention.
Mrs. Amin from UN Habitat, also for stressing the importance of addressing the root causes, as well as the importance of making good, responsible use of new technology. And that leads now over to the fourth and last angle, which is a very important one, as it is very often receiving not the necessary attention, namely the importance of prevention, the involvement and engagement with the most affected populations, and the need for access to justice. We have two speakers here. We will first hear a video message from Mrs. Marta Machado. She is the Vice Minister of Justice of Brazil. And the question that we asked to Mrs. Machado is, how does climate change impact the threat of violence and crime faced by the most vulnerable members of society, including indigenous people? And what needs to be done in order to address this, including in terms of access to justice? So over to Mrs. Machado.
which has become a major problem. As the Secretariat responsible for coordinating drug policy in Brazil, it is important to say that we are developing a new drug policy centered on people and human rights in line with the priorities of the Lula government. It's also a policy that takes into account the international commitments made by Brazil, which emphasize the need for a special and attentive approach to the vulnerabilities of the populations most affected by drug policy: women, indigenous population, the peripheral black population, especially youth, children, and adolescents. There is also a special focus on the Amazon region. Tackling drug trafficking in connection with environmental crimes, protecting indigenous peoples and their territories, and promoting access to rights to the most vulnerable groups requires a multidimensional effort that must go beyond repressive actions. We are redesigning the country's drug policy to target the socioeconomic root causes that make people experience vulnerability and promote the guarantee of their rights, access to services, and justice. It is also important to equip the communities with the resources and tools to better adapt to the impacts of climate disasters that we are experiencing. Crimes that affect the environment intensify and aggravate the effects of climate change, harming livelihoods and the ability to withstand climate-related economic crises and environmental disasters. These illicit activities usually take place in remote parts of the country where state presence and the capacity of the criminal justice system are limited and need to be strengthened. In this context, harm prevention strategies are a fundamental pillar for effective adaptation and mitigation. Children and youths, especially indigenous ones, are becoming increasingly prominent as leaders of social movements and organizations, defending no predatory models of coexistence with the forest, the sustainable use of natural resources, and the fight against climate change. It is necessary to incorporate their voices and concerns and encourage their participation in the process of elaborating and implementing public policies that integrate health, education, social protection, and labor, with direct impacts on a new economy, generating benefits in the continuity of solid transformation that may be maintained by current and future generations. Indigenous people and local populations are crucial to protect biomes. They are the guardians of the Amazon. They have a critical role to maintain the planet's climate security. Addressing access to justice.
La cabine a perdu le son, donc nous ne pouvons pas.
Especially children, youth, and indigenous people, requires a holistic approach that considers legal, cultural, and socioeconomic dimensions. It involves advocating for legal reforms, empowering communities, and fostering international cooperation to ensure a fair resolution for those impacted. But it also means recognizing the particularities of children, youth, and the most vulnerable groups, assuring appropriate legal protection in line with their needs. We will keep the efforts and we call on the international community to join forces to enable a supportive environment for children and youth and people affected by environmental challenges, ensuring that their rights are protected and their voices are heard to honor our commitment towards developing more sustainable, equal, peaceful, and safer society. Thank you for your attention, and next time we hope to meet in presence.
We thank the Vice Minister of Justice of Brazil, and she mentioned in her statement about voices being heard, and it was of particular importance to us to have also a representative of the youth with us. So we are particularly pleased to have here Mrs. Selma Bich, the youth speaker representing the MENA Coalition for Peace, Youth and Security, who is currently working on a new environmental volunteers program in Lebanon. So, dear Selma, question also to you. How is climate change increasing the threat of violence and crime experienced by youth? And how can young people be more meaningfully engaged, in particular in terms of prevention? So over to you.
Thank you so much. Well, first of all, assalamu alaikum everyone. Peace be upon you. Thank you so much for the floor to kind of address my insights from my own, I would say, activism perspective. This is actually a very interesting topic because youth are not so involved in it. And we don't really usually get the floor to talk about it because we're still too young for this. That's the usual sentence we get. Peace and crime, always. Now, one of the most, like you mentioned, very interesting questions on the challenges that, or maybe that led to kind of this crimes happening on the ground. One of the things I would love to mention is the resources scarcity, because we're seeing like many regions fighting on lack of food or lack of water, and eventually this will cause crimes, whether done by youth or even citizens. Yeah, I think it's working. Okay, it's fine. So one of the main points that I was just mentioning is the resources scarcity, because we have seen like these fights and these conflicts are started because of that, and this actually led to crimes happening on the ground. The second thing is the economic instability. As you may know, I'm now based in Lebanon, where I study at the American University of Beirut. And one of the things that I noticed was this actually phenomenon happening in 2023, and that's due to the instability that is happening, not having access to opportunities, not having access to jobs. So, of course, you have to expect unwanted actions in your community because you're not giving youth space for them to implement what they want. You're not giving them trainings. You're not giving them opportunities, or I would say access to platforms for them to just be youth, to be themselves. So that's actually another reason why kind of this stuff is still happening. One more thing is the displacement of migration. I was just talking about this migration topic just in the previous plenary that I had with the UNFCCC, and we addressed how like migrants, when they have like to migrate to another country due to climate challenges or even like maybe conflict happening on the ground, they also face kind of mental issues because they cannot practice their own culture and be themselves in the other country they're moving to. So having identity issues, having culture issues, I would say, and self-sufficiency is not there, is like one of the reasons why people really tend to go for such ways, I would say. Which also creates the psychological stress that so many youth are actually facing due to that, because when you see like just now like in COP, like you can see like we're having global north countries, we're having global south countries, you see how the other youth are being so engaged with their governments, how, for example, a great example would be the European Council always like kind of giving the floor to their youth to be involved in their parliaments, to just speak out and address the challenges of their community. So if I'm having an issue, I would address it in the parliament, me as a young individual. While if you see the other side of the world, none of that is actually provided. There is no space for such things. So we ended up as youth, which I think I'm going to pass the next question, which is more of like the involvement of youth and how we can kind of stop that from happening, is like we try to do things for ourselves, for other youth. So we call that from youth to youth, from us to you, where we create the space for them to engage, to have trainings, to talk, to address their struggles, to address the solutions that we can have on the ground. On our own. I mean, at some point, we're being our own policymakers. So one of the things I would also address in here would be education and awareness. Like, for example, I'm a founder of an NGO called Together for Blue and Green. It's an environmental Anglophone NGO in Algeria. And so basically, we try to educate people about how to be busy, and instead of just like not kind of try to go for other ways, because now in our age, in our era, it's easy to have access to anything that can harm you. So creating the space for youth for them to know about climate, for them to know about startup making, about entrepreneurship, how they can present their challenges both locally and globally, which is the case for so many youth, and the great example is COP. The second thing is that policy involvement, and this is something till now we're still insisting on in the negotiations. we want more youth to be involved in the policy and decision making. And it's not about us just being involved. It's about us contributing to building that future that we're going to be leading. Because apparently we have been provided with a present that is not stable, that is not welcoming, and we're facing so many issues and challenges that cannot be addressed in one night or another. So many activists, specifically in my region, the MENA region, are having troubles in knowing what to do next. We're confused. What should I address? Should I talk about crime? I guess, should I talk about refugees, or should I address climate? Like, everything is happening at once. So I would say it's so sad, because that's what we have been given, and we don't want to give this to the upcoming generation. So being involved from now in policy and decision making is the right thing to do, and youth should be provided this space. Maybe last thing that I would love to also insist on would be maybe community engagement programs involvement. For example, in Algeria, they're trying to make this youth Supreme Youth Council for youth to kind of, get involved in policy making and kind of address the challenges that they are facing, because we are the ones on the ground, we're the ones taking actions, and we know what is happening on the ground. So when we talk to policymakers, sometimes they'd be like, how is this happening? So apparently the data provided, them not being aware of whatever is happening on the ground, especially at the grassroots level, is kind of an issue, and it's the only perfect way to do it is to have youth so engaged and involved in addressing all of this. And I hope COPE will provide this, because honestly, so many are having so many hopes on this COPE. And I hope it will be able to give us enough space for youth to just at least come up with great outcomes in their local communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for providing us also with very specific examples of how youth has become engaged in projects that helps to give them a voice and help also to shape policy that, as you were saying, is also going to affect them in the future. So with this, we have come to the end of this morning's event, and I would like to thank all the speakers and panelists for very rich contributions, showcasing the multiple dimensions that bringing these two topics together, crime prevention and criminal justice at the one hand, climate change at the other hand, brings forward. And this is also food for thought for us, so we will bring this back to Vienna on the road to the 15th Crime Congress in Abu Dhabi in 2026. I would like to thank once more the hosts, merci beaucoup, also the audience here on site, as well as the people connected online. And I would like to I would like to wish all those that are here negotiating this week good luck for a fruitful outcome. And we also hope to see you in Vienna, and particularly also in the context of the Commission on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice, which, as what I was already referring to, the preparatory body for the 15th Crime Congress. Next opportunity will be the 33rd regular session in May, so from the 13th till the 18th of May. Looking forward to seeing you there, and thank you once more very much for this joint event this morning. Thank you.
Eh bien, écoutez, on va pouvoir.
So, I think we can get started. Hello, everyone. Hello to all of you. Jean-Pierre Gattuso and myself, we're going to introduce ourselves in a couple of minutes. We're here to talk about an event that is to take place in Nice in June 2025 within the framework of the third United Nations Conference on Oceans, a special event about which we're going to say, yeah, it's a scientific event we've called One Ocean Science, Science for Action. We are about to tell you what it is about in a nutshell. Jean-Pierre, would you like to say a word? Yeah. Sure. I'm a scientist. I work at the CNRS Villefranche-sur-Mer, close to Nice, and I'm the co-chair together with François of this Congress on behalf. I'm François Ollier. I'm the head, the president of IFREMER. We've been asked by the French government to organize this event that is to take place from the 4th and the 6th of June 2025 in Nice, France. We are about to show you what our main objectives are. As you might know, this falls within a cycle of conferences of the United Nations dedicated to the ocean. That the second one took place in Lisbon in June 2022, by the end of June, beginning of July. The third conference will take place in Nice. It's co-chaired by France and Costa Rica. It will take place in the middle of a French year, the French Ocean Year, that will start in fall 2024 and end in September 2025. So that's a scope of events dedicated to the seas and oceans, and will take place not only in France, because it's been approved by the EU. It's the Year of the Ocean. So yeah, this will be in France and Europe, you're right. There'll be a whole range of events. This United Nations conference shall be the final act, the final scene. Will be preceded, by the way, this conference will be preceded by three specific events. Three special events recognized by the United Nations, endorsed by the United Nations, but led by France, Monaco, and Costa Rica. There'll be a One Ocean Science Congress jointly organized by the CNRS and IFREMER in Nice, the International Forum on Blue Finance in Monaco, the International Summit of Coastal Cities in Nice. During the last one, we'll be talking about what's at stake in terms of climate change for coastal cities and coastal regions. Nice, as I was saying, an international forum on finance and blue economy. This will be in Monaco. This is the second one, as you can see on the screen, International Forum on Blue Finance. And the event we are talking about and we are leading, Jean-Pierre and myself, the One Ocean Science Congress, jointly organized by the Centre National de Recherche Scientifique and IFREMER in Nice, southern France. To put it in a nutshell, if you were to summarize the ambition we have, the objectives we are following, two main things. We'll dig a little bit deeper into details later, but it's about raising the consciousness. It is about raising awareness raising among policymakers, among heads of states, civil society, companies, all the stakeholders that make important decisions, that oceans are important and that ocean science is important. That's the first of our missions, to be convincing, to be efficient in terms of awareness raising. We talk a lot more about oceans during this COP than we used to do last year. We talked a lot more about the oceans last year than 2 years ago, so we are getting better, aren't we? And then we have a second chapter which is beyond an up-to-date scientific assessment of ocean status and trajectory to create a momentum towards science-based solutions aligned with the Agenda 2030. It has to be based upon facts and it has to be aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, ocean-wise, because ocean stands for, when we talk about oceans, you talk about energy, you talk about food, you talk about more or less everything. So we have 6 objectives that we have determined together. The first being to provide heads of state and government, plus ONGs and civil society, a state of scientific knowledge on the ocean, functioning ecosystem services, trajectory, health, conservation, exploitation, climate solutions, the use we make out of the ocean, but also to explore a wide range of scenarios on the future of the ocean, the evolution of pressures, the resilience, the restoration potential of the local or global public policies, then to assess and communicate about the ocean's potential to contribute to major transitions, including the 2030 agenda. It's in terms of energy, the energy transition, the food transition, the ecological transition. It's also to formulate science-based recommendations to the international community gathered in Nice, and to formulate the recommendations to the communities that will be gathered in Nice during the 5 days, because the UNOC will last 5 days. It's also about offer visibility to the International Panel for Ocean Sustainability. It's something that is being created as we speak, and we are trying to make it comfortable for them to work as better as possible. There is also another objective, which is after each event around ocean to have a congress organized.
Before giving the floor to Jean-Pierre, I just wanted to tell you that we attach a lot of attention to what is going to be done. We want that what we're going to do at the conference is synchronized with other things that are done by IPCC, the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean. That's piloted by the Norwegians on sustainable ocean economy. And also the World Ocean Assessments were set up together with the UN. There will be in Barcelona, there will be a UN conference about the oceans. Something that we created together with the oceanography science. So Nice can follow what we will do there. This being said, I will give the floor to Jean-Pierre. When it comes to the subjects that will be mentioned during the conference, we really wanted to have teams that not disciplinary, but really transversal, pluridisciplinary, and we wanted to talk about the big problems of the UN, like the treaty on the plastics, the plastic, and the discussions that take place in the UNFCC. We don't want to have subjects that will be regional. We want to tackle the whole action from the mouths of the rivers to the deep ocean, and we want to include all the scientific disciplines that participate to the blue economy, to its sustainability. So we have a series of themes. I'm saying it's only preliminary because we've worked with a big aid of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commissions to create a first list of themes that will change. I will not tell them. There's 14 of them. I will just tell you the big criteria. The first one is the climate and biodiversity, the nexus between climate and biodiversity. Lots of things that are interesting here. that we'll be talking about in the coming years. The expression of sustainable use of the deep sea, very important. The transition with the negotiations in Jamaica. Then a big subject, a group of themes on the ocean, of sustainable ocean planning and economy. Then we have the ocean, its health and human health and safety, of course with the hazards connected with the ocean and the pollution. Then the cultural values and human interactions, and subjects like that are even more transversal than the previous one. The right, the economy and governance, the law, observation, monitoring and modeling, and also marine socio-ecosystems and sources that are given to humanities. So this will be, this will change. We're trying contractor to have a website ready in February, March. For now, we're like ghost. We made no publicity except for small groups like here today. We'll start to communicate broadly on the subject in spring next year. And now the participants, we hope to bring together high-level contributions from very different people. We want to tackle subjects with a big attention drawn to diversity of disciplines that need to be mobilized for their systematic understanding of maritime issues, deep and shallow ocean, and representation of different ocean basins, islands and coastal states, the small states too, those who have no coast, so all those who have no sea also, because they are interested by the state of ocean and its evolution. Our colleagues, well, let's say our speakers, because we interact a lot with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Since the very beginning, we're talking about 2,000, 3,000 participants. That's what they tell us. I think it will not be too difficult to obtain such a number of participants. So it's not impossible that we'll have numerous closures, because the logistics may not be able to follow. But we hope a big participation of developing countries, and we hope to have finances to help these participants to come to Nice so they can give their contribution to structure now. The structure will be pretty traditional, like in every scientific Congress, plenary session, keynote addresses, parallel sessions, poster sessions, round tables, workshop, something that will be different from a classical Congress. They will have these round tables that we've been asked for, especially one on the interaction between science, policy, society, and the decision making. So we'll have to answer this demand. There will probably 3 of them, the round tables, during the Congress. Now the governance, this is not very interesting. Just wanted to tell you that we gathered 16 or 17 colleagues to be in the International Scientific Committee. You can see on the right side of the screen. They represent all the oceanic regions, but also world regions more generally. So I'm saying scientific committee, they will be able to cover all the diverse subjects that we've identified, as you can see. And that will take place around the 20th of January in Nice. So you can, thank you very much, you can get in touch with us to get more information. We still have we have some time for questions, and we'll be happy to interact with you. Just to add one thing on something that is important, and it was said to us by those who organize Also the French ambassador, Olivier Porte-Davor, they really want this conference of the UN to see this challenges about the negotiations that's been mentioned before, questions related to pollutions, illegal fishery, bottoms of the hot subjects they want. So this negotiation is relevant. They want a scientific pillar, a strong one. So let us the state of the situation.
C'est un peu comme ça que la philosophie.
This is how the general philosophy what we're trying to build, Jean-Pierre and I, we're trying to build it for a few months. I will add one more thing. There's going to be 10, how do they call that? Ocean action panels in the UNOC. Then there will be one on science. They told us that the objective would be there will be one researcher in each of the ocean action panels of the UNOC, which is excellent to articulate the Congress with the negotiations, the meetings with the governments and the heads of states and their assistants.
Alors on peut peut-être parler des...
We could have a chat about the supports and how the universities networks are committed. We have Cécile Saboureau here from the University Nice Côte d'Azur, which is one of the partners of the organizing committee. We've invited universities linked with the sea, from port cities, from harbour cities, Brest, Marseille and others, and some institutions to become our partners. So we are going to interact with them and cooperate closely so that French-speaking or French/French-speaking institutions and universities can cooperate. Beyond the French ones, there is this support, but a link has been created with the Intergovernmental Ocean Commission. We mentioned this fact. We are going to do our best to keep aligned. A link has been created with the European Commission, since the mission is dedicated to the ocean at the European level. Links have been created as well with some United Nations institutions like the World Ocean Assessment and other tools, so that the best continuity is created between the Congress, the Scientific Congress from one side, and the other tools I mentioned from the other side.
S'il n'y a pas de questions.
If there are no other questions, I think we can call it a panel. I guess you're well informed. Thank you for your attention.
travaille pour ça.
Ok. 1, 2. Good evening, good afternoon, everybody. So we'll start this new panel. This panel is on the Institut Pasteur, a key player in today's and tomorrow biomedical research. And to talk about it, around me, Monsieur Christophe Denfer, who is the senior Vice President for Science, Madame Rebecca Gray, Executive Director of the Pasteur Network, Madame Jessica von Omwegen, I'm sorry if I didn't say it really good, Head of Viral Identification, CIBU at Institut Pasteur, and Mr. Arnaud Fontanet, Head of Epidemiology, Emerging Diseases Research at the Institut Pasteur. So I will give the floor to Monsieur Denfer, and I think they have a presentation to make.
Yes, so first of all, I'd like to thank the French government for their invitation to present Institut Pasteur. And thank you all for coming to this presentation. So we've divided this presentation in 4 parts. I will give you a rapid overview of what is Institut Pasteur, how it was created, and what it is currently, and then Rebecca Grace, the Executive Director of the Pasteur Network, will talk about the Pasteur Network and its strategy. Then Jessica von Omwegen who will tell you about our capacity to rapidly address infection crisis. And finally, Arnaud Fontanet, who was an advisor for the French government during the COVID pandemic, will tell you about how we react to pandemic and what could be an organization for the future response to pandemics. So I cannot start without talking about Louis Pasteur. So you probably know him all. He's really a scientific pioneer and humanist. He's a founder of microbiology, vaccinology, and contemporary hygiene. His work has covered a breadth of topics, starting with fermentation, brewing, winemaking, and then he became interested in a number of diseases, starting with disease of wine, but then silkworm disease, anthrax, and finally chicken cholera and rabies. And he's mostly known for his contribution to the discovery of the vaccine against rabies, and that led to the creation of the Institut Pasteur, as I will explain later. So he's really changed a lot of things in research, medicine, hygiene, public health, the agri-food industry, and teaching. And Eric Orsena, a writer in France and the ambassador of Institut Pasteur, has actually quoted Louis Pasteur as the scientist of the 19th century because of his way of addressing problems. So Institut Pasteur was created 135 years ago in the wave of the discovery of the rabies vaccine. It's a non-profit foundation and it's meant to advance research at the service of human health and to contribute to medical progress to everyone. We have 4 missions: research, training, public health, and innovation. And these missions are shared across the Pasteur Network, as Rebecca will tell you. Over the 135 years of existence of Institut Pasteur, 10 scientists working at Institut Pasteur have been awarded the Nobel Prize. And this is for a number of discoveries which I don't have time to list. I just want to mention the discovery of HIV in 1983 by Françoise Barré-Sinoussi and Luc Montagnier, as we are celebrating this year the 40th anniversary of this discovery, which had a very major impact on human health worldwide because it allowed first development of diagnostic tests and second, the development of new drugs to treat HIV. And in a sense, the discovery of HIV explains why we are at the moment able to control this pandemic. So today, the Institut Pasteur has grown. It hosts 2,900 staff. They are distributed between administration and science. Science is across 13 research departments. I won't go into this detail. What I think is important to bear in mind is the fact that Institut Pasteur is a highly technological institute with people working on microbiology. So we have experts in virology, bacteriology, mycology, and parasitology. But we have also people working on cross-cutting domains such as structural biology, chemistry, genetics, epidemiology, and global health. And more recently, we've added a component in the form of computational biology department. But we are not restricted to microbiology. We are also interested in non-communicable disease and the functioning of the host, because we believe that understanding how the brain functions, how we develop, how immunology is shaped, is important to tackle infectious disease. So during the past 5 years, we have developed an ambitious strategic plans with different strategic priorities. First of all, the idea that we needed to reinforce basic research because this would allow the development of diagnostics, vaccines, therapeutics, and these diagnostics, vaccines, and therapeutics could contribute to improve health. This actually generates wealth that can feed basic research, but it primarily supports the development of people. And we have also reinforced our research among 5 priorities. Emerging infectious disease, I don't need to explain why this is important, as we are just out from the COVID-19 pandemic. Antimicrobial resistance, which is another pandemic, the hidden pandemic, which is going to have a major impact on human health within the coming years. Brain connectivity and neurodegenerative disease, which are impacting to a large extent the health of humans. We have also targeted actions towards cancer and the development of vaccinology. So we have basic research, but we are very committed to translational research and innovation. And over the past 5 years, we have implemented an innovation accelerator to facilitate the translation from discovery to invention and to innovation. I don't have the time to detail that, but I'd be happy to answer your questions, if any. So I'd like to mention some examples of our contribution to the response to infectious disease, and in particular, our Institut Pasteur, in connection with the Pasteur Network and a number of other stakeholders, have contributed to the response to COVID-19. In France, we have been the first to develop a diagnostic test that has been used in the hospitals before commercial tests were available. We've been involved in a number of studies, especially studying the efficiency of vaccination against the different variants all along the pandemics. Arnaud Fontanet and his colleague Simon Cochemez have been very much involved in modeling the epidemics, developing epidemiological studies that have been used to inform the French government in its management of the pandemic. We have obviously conducted basic research on the virus, but we have also been involved in developing vaccine candidates, bringing one of these candidates in a clinical phase. and also developing monoclonal antibodies, large spectrum monoclonal antibodies that can be used to treat patients with different types of variants. So our response has been fast and has led to a number of advances in the field of COVID-19. So we are also very much involved in trying to address the preparation to future pandemics. And for instance, we are in the process of building a center for vector-borne disease research. This new building, which will open in 2027, is meant to study vector-borne disease that are caused by virus, parasites, and bacteria, but it's also meant to to provide a highly technological environment to our students, to our scientists, so that they can actually study the triptych of the vector-borne disease, the vector, the host, and the pathogen. So I'd like to finish my presentation of Institut Pasteur by mentioning that Institut Pasteur is a major player at the international level. It's obviously a major player in European research. This is highlighted in this graph. And over the past 5 years, we've been laureate of 26 European Research Council grants. We have 47 new collaborative projects, and of which a number are coordinated by Institut Pasteur. And under the leadership of Stewart Cole, our president, we are participating in the IMI ERA for TB project, which aims to develop new drugs to combat tuberculosis. I'd like to specifically mention EU research network that Institut Pasteur is coordinating, the Durable Project, which is aimed at coordinating the action of a number of laboratories to respond as fast as possible in the case of new epidemics or pandemics worldwide. So Institut Pasteur is not restricted to Europe, but has also an international projection. This is mentioned on this graph with collaborations between groups at Institut Pasteur in Paris and a number of groups worldwide. But to mention something more specific about Institut Pasteur deployment worldwide, I'd like to give you a little introduction about the Pasteur network. Pasteur was really keen to see Louis Pasteur was really keen to see his contribution spread worldwide, and very early on, after the creation of the Institut Pasteur in Paris, he promoted with his students the development of Pasteur Institute in Vietnam and North Africa. And this has led to the Pasteur network, of which you see that it is currently composed of 33 institutes in 25 countries over the 5 continents. And this is a very important aspect of the Pasteur legacy to promote research and health worldwide. So to summarize my presentation, I'd like to conclude by stating that Institut Pasteur is a key player in today's and tomorrow's biomedical research. We aim to advance science to the benefit of population health. We are an historic institute with a major contribution to public health. We are a multidisciplinary institute with cutting-edge facilities. We are able to develop a rapid response capability to face emergence and re-emergencies, and we have a unique international playing in the field of infectious disease. With that, I will stop and pass the microphone to Rebecca, who will discuss the Pasteur Network.
So first of all, I want to thank Christophe for explaining a little bit of the history of the foresight that Louis Pasteur had to recognize that science doesn't have a country, and that in order to address infectious disease threats, it's important to look at that holistically. So the Pasteur Network is, as Christophe mentioned, located in 25 countries across 5 continents. The institutes vary in terms of their governance, their status, but are all linked together to support Pasteurian values, which are to address global problems, and as Christophe mentioned, to ensure that science addresses our most pressing needs. But here we are at COP, and so COP, the question is, and this is the first time at COP that we've had a health day, which is important to recognize because that's already a great achievement. But the climate crisis itself is actually a health crisis, and differentiating between those two things can lead to difficulties. So when we're trying to address these global problems which seem intractable, which are multifactorial, interdisciplinary, political, have different facets, networks matter the most. And in order for us to address those problems, to harness science to help address global change, the climate crisis, we need to ensure that the networks that we have are well-functioning and resourced. And those are all facilitated by ensuring that there's equality, both in influence and resources, and that there are collective goals. So our aim with the Pasteur Network is to try and ensure that we work better together and all collectively help to contribute positively to addressing these challenges. That can be done locally, regionally, globally, all of the above. And so one of the things that was done recently, and when we look at these global challenges, was to ensure that the charter, the governance of the network, of these multifaceted, interdisciplinary, and different countries, the 25 of them are very, very different and heterogeneous, are put together with underlying principles which are based on equity and based on ensuring autonomy, as well as equitable partnerships and sharing knowledge and resources. So what happened there was to try and recognize that this network does have a key role in global health. It already has, and it can do more. So what we did when we looked at the network in terms of addressing these challenges together across these 25 countries and institutes were, what are the things that mattered most to people? What were the things that were inhibiting people, individual scientists, institutes, and others from contributing positively towards these global challenges? The first one was access to technologies, and access to technologies ranged from a scientific platform, like Christophe mentioned, but also to things like a laptop computer, to reliable internet, everything that one can imagine. And that inhibited people's ability to communicate together, to share information about their own scientific projects, and also to address change. The second one was the difficulty that everyone knows and has already been discussed this morning about attracting and retaining people to contribute to this field. It's hard enough for all of us to continue what we're doing, and we are in a very high resource setting, and it's even more difficult for those who are in a setting with lower resources. The next one is increasing and sustaining sources of funding, which aim to address these global changes. And finally, the importance of regional coordination. So not just at the global level, not just at the country level, but also regionally. As Christophe mentioned, the Institut Pasteur is a leader in the European Union and on the European continent. And one of the things that we need to do is try and learn some of those lessons that we have for our network institutes in other continents to also harness those factors. There are local and contextual problems which may need to be addressed and are better addressed regionally. In terms of how the network as a whole, putting everybody together, looks at this in terms of change, in terms of the impacts that we're trying to achieve, we're looking at, of course, reducing the effects of climate change on health, drug resistance, which Christophe mentioned, mother and child health, increasing access to cost-effective health products, whether that's through adapted health products for specific areas, but also in terms of looking at addressing how those products are designed and developed. Health and its impact on the climate crisis is not just about individual impacts or collective ones. The health sector as a whole also impacts climate change, and growing young researchers and leaders across the global south. By doing that, we hope to improve and achieve and ensure that the Pasteur Network itself is a highly connected and responsive network to accelerate public health outcomes across the world and empowering young scientists to address these problems by ensuring that we support the future generations. In terms of what we do strategically is we do look at epidemic intelligence and preparedness, and Arnaud Fontenay will discuss that a little bit, as well as Jessica. In terms of R&D and innovation in diagnostics, vaccines, and therapeutics, which Christophe mentioned earlier, and also addressing multidisciplinary knowledge communities. Just today here at COP, it's amazing that health has a specific day. It has one day in COP, but actually the climate crisis is about people, and those people suffer indirect and direct impacts of climate change. The last part is all of this is underpinned by recognizing that these changes need to be founded in principles of equity and sustainability. We all know that from being here today and here this entire time, that the impacts that we have due to climate change are disproportional depending on where you are in the world. Those who are affected the most mainly come from fragile states and who are least able to respond. In terms of our keystone projects in 2023, what we were looking at is how to improve epidemic surveillance and preparedness for climate-sensitive infectious diseases. As you may know, this past year, the incidence of dengue is increasing actually by a quarter. Christophe mentioned also the importance of vector-borne diseases, and that's a theme across hours of the network. But in order to do that, we also need to ensure that people trust and are able to safely share data and potentially even biological samples, that we have a way to put together health data with climate and other impact data. That's something which is easier said than done, and it's often done through correlations. But we need to make sure that individuals and institutes around the world have the capacity to do that, and we're calling those our climate health observatories. The last one is by improving the engagement with Global South manufacturers. There are members of the Pasteur Network who hold a pivotal role in their countries and regions in terms of production of critical vaccines, drugs, and diagnostics. And one of the things we'd like to do is ensure that they are able to work together to address that problem. And the last one is in terms of building coalitions for research and leadership training, which work both south-south, north-south, south-north, and trying to improve those connections to ensure that we do have a future generation who's able to contribute positively to these challenges. So now I'll hand it over to Jessica.
Thank you, Rebecca. So this is actually not a part of my presentation. I don't know. Okay. So I will talk about the Pasteur Institute's Laboratory for Urgent Response to Biological Threats, which was created back in 2002, so already 20 years ago, under the impulse of the General Director of the Pasteur Institute and the Ministry of Health to respond to microbiological emergencies with a staff who is available 24/7 to respond either to epidemics, accidents, or potential bioterrorist attacks using biological weapons. So in order to be able to respond to those emergencies, we maintain the scientific and technical capabilities for the detection of class 3 and class 4 agents, which are covered by public health plans, and in collaboration with our national reference centers, but also innovative techniques which would allow us to rapidly identify what is referred to as disease X or pathogen X, so an unknown agent which could represent an emerging global health threat in the future. So next to those techniques, we also maintain the operational capacity for outbreak intervention and rapid field deployment by having a permanent, very well-trained staff available for deployment, but also the necessary infrastructure. And we now have equipped the Pasteur Institute with its own mobile lab infrastructure, which I will tell you about in a few moments. But we can therefore act in two ways. Either directly act as an independent laboratory to conduct training at the Pasteur Institute, but also elsewhere on demand, provide outbreak response and intervention, or even research in the field. We can also act in an indirect way in support, so logistical support to an institute who would be overwhelmed with diagnostic requests, for instance, in the context of an outbreak. So we can provide staff who would be part of the routine diagnostic team, for instance, but also material to provide the testing on demand. So we have been a member of the core group trying to establish guidelines for those mobile structures, the mobile laboratories. So as I've explained, the Pasteur Institute has what we called a suitcase lab. So all our equipment is transportable and deployable in about 20 suitcases. And we can have a fully autonomous lab running autonomously in the field wherever the epicenter of the epidemic is happening. So we have been working on guidelines, including classification of the different types of mobile labs, but also trying to establish a quality management system, all the logistics to ensure that the quality of the diagnostic that is provided in the field is as good as the one that we would provide on site at Pasteur Institute. And thanks to this initiative led by the WHO, we now have been able to move forward with our own mobile lab and to be deployed in different contexts. So we have been involved in several outbreak interventions, international field missions all over the world. Since the creation of the laboratory, so since 2002, we have been involved in over 20 different outbreak response interventions. I will give you a few examples of some of the interventions where I was involved. So during the Western African Ebola outbreak in 2014-2015, we were deployed as part of, at the epicenter of the epidemic in Macenta, Guinea, to set up a laboratory to provide diagnostic testing for the Ebola treatment center, which was run by the Guinean Red Cross at the time. And we were able to have staff deployed and ensure these diagnostic capacities for over 6 months by having over 40 volunteers from the Pasteur Institute being deployed as groups of 3 over this 6 months period. In 2015 and 2016, the Zika virus emerged first in French Polynesia, in the Pacific region, and later on in Latin America. And there we were involved to set up the diagnostic tests for Zika, which had been developed at the Institute, in order to allow the reference centers to conduct serological testing and estimate the burden of the Zika virus epidemic and the link with some of the clinical cases that were being seen, including Guillain-Barré syndromes and microcephalies in children and neonates. And the last example is this time a bacterial outbreak which occurred in Madagascar in 2017, an outbreak of pulmonary plague, where we were deployed to help set up a diagnostic algorithm to identify cases of pulmonary outbreak. So as part in support of the Pasteur Institute of Madagascar, who was at the front line of the epidemic. And I will give the floor to Arnaud.
Not the microphone, but your...
Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Jessica. And I will conclude this presentation by telling you more about the public health activities performed at Institut Pasteur. Next to the sort of emergency actions that Jessica was describing with the CIBU, we have 13 out of the 43 national reference centers who are performing surveillance, microbiological surveillance, for the country, and they do surveillance for disease like Salmonella, Shigella, E. coli, diphtheria, whooping cough, I mean, all series of these. Certain of them are part of the WHO network of collaborating centers due to their specific expertise. The examples I'm going to give you now are taken from diseases that we believe may increase in incidence in relation with climate change. For instance, Salmonella. In the National Reference Center of François-Xavier Veil, they have put in place a system for typing Salmonella strains almost instantaneously. So they receive strains from the entire country, whether they come from hospital or community labs. They do same day typing of those strains. They can see eventually cluster, like you can see on this graph, of strains which are identical coming from different parts of France, suggesting that there is a unique source responsible for this outbreak. In this case, these were infant milk products that were contaminated by Salmonella in 2017, and they could very quickly act on the source to remove these part of the production chain. Other parts of their work are around the surveillance of drug resistance among bacterial strains, and here we are talking about Shigella, responsible for dysentery, where we have seen over the past 10 years an increase in the ultra drug resistant Shigella sonnei strains, things that have been seen so far in Asia but have now been imported in France. Another disease that we believe may, or family of disease that we believe may increase with climate change are, of course, the arboviruses, which are transmitted by the Aedes family of mosquitoes. In tropical countries, it's Aedes aegypti, but in temperate zones, it's Aedes albopictus that we see, the tiger mosquito, in Europe, in the States, and in other parts of the world. And as you can see on this graph, I mean, tiger mosquito has appeared in the southern part of France about 20 years ago and has been moved up north, and now is covering almost the entire territory. And we have seen, as shown on the map at the down side of the slide, successive outbreaks of what we call autochthonous transmission of dengue. From imported cases, there has been on the French soil, by mosquitoes residing in France, transmission and small clusters. And those clusters have in 2022 or 2023 reached numbers like more than 60 in 2022 and more than 40 this year. So we do see and expect that disease like dengue, Zika and chikungunya may become more and more common in France in relation with this increase in the prevalence of the mosquito Aedes albopictus, and the lab of Annabella Fayou is monitoring this and monitoring the capacity of those mosquitoes to transmit disease. A quick word about COVID-19, which have already been covered by Christophe. Christophe and Mallory Perrin-Wolf have been in charge of coordinating a task force at Institut Pasteur during the crisis, federating 500 scientists around different types of projects. And here was the sort of crisis room we had. At times we could not wear masks. But this has not been always the case. Sylvie van der Werf at the National Reference Center of Respiratory Viruses has been, in her lab, able to isolate the first strain of SARS-CoV-2 in Europe, which had arrived in France. She did the first sequencing also of a European strain, and she participated in network emergence that has allowed to monitor the appearance of different variants on the French territory. Together with Simon Cochemez, we have been advisors to the French government and the European Commission. We have also contributed a lot to the information of the public. It was very important in the time of crisis that people talk and try to explain what was going on. And just to give you an example, Institut Pasteur was cited close to 300 times per day in the media, reaching 10 million people every day through the different interventions we made. And there have been, of course, scientific work. The lab of Olivier Schwartz with Delphine Planas has put in place tests that were able to monitor how sensitive the new variants were to the vaccines or the drugs, monoclonal antibodies that had been deployed, and that has been extremely useful for deciding about when to change vaccines and when to change the type of monoclonal antibodies to use. The group of Simon Cochemez with Juliette Perrault made a model that could give 3 to 6 weeks ahead of time to the government the timing when a hospital would be saturated so that they could decide on the implementation of measures to counter the epidemic. And Hugo Moquet has created a monoclonal antibody and a startup together with that discovery that is used to treat patients who have very severe immunodeficiency and in whom the vaccine doesn't work. They cannot generate an immune response, but if you give them the antibodies, then they can eventually be protected for a period of a few months. Unfortunately, the trend that we are currently seeing is in the increase in the incidence of emerging infectious disease. On this slide, you can see that during the last 40 years of the 20th century, there have been 5 notable emergences, including HIV/AIDS, which was a major one, and Ebola. But unfortunately, during the last 20 years, we are now counting 10 significant emergences, including SARS, including pandemic flu in 2009, Ebola in Western Africa in 2014, Zika in 2015, and COVID-19 in 2019. So we do see this emerging trend, which is a real issue for all of us when we have witnessed with COVID-19 what pandemics can give when they are really severe. And the other message that we have learned is that we cannot predict when the next pandemic will be and where it will start and at what time it will start. We have almost always be taken by surprise. I would say maybe COVID-19 was the only one that is a repetition of what we had seen with SARS in 2003. For the other ones, they emerge at places where we were just not expected. So this is why it is so important that we have teams like the one of Jessica that can go to the field and act very quickly when you have an emergence, and that we have surveillance network like the one of the Pasteur Network that are watching all over the world, I mean, the different movements of those diseases and are able to detect unusual outbreaks so that we can respond very well. And just to finish, just to say that we are all together working on it and trying to make our future a little bit safer. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Rebecca, so it's not fair. No, just to know more, like a little bit more, what is for 2024? What do you think the network heading? What are the main aspects? Are you going to continue working on what you were mentioning on epidemic preparedness, or is something that has come out in recent times? Thank you.
Yeah, well, I think for 2024, we'll continue doing what we were doing in 2023, which was mentioned both by Jessica and Arnaud, which is to address climate change, the climate crisis, which is also a health crisis. We need to ensure that we build a clear surveillance network where the information is shared. In Arnaud's presentation, he explained very clearly that we can't predict. We don't know where these things are going to happen. And so having a wider scope and breadth and ensuring that that information can then be shared with local authorities, regional authorities, and globally is a way that we can help address those problems. The second part, and more directly with respect to integrating climate and health, is putting together these climate health observatories where climate is explicitly taken into account, combined with health data, whether that be clinical, laboratory data, and other aspects, to ensure that that's actually a focus of what we're doing and that those lessons learned from around the world can then be transferred and used further.
So if there are no more questions, I think the panel should close. Again, I'd like to thank the French government for their invitation. I think the Pasteur Institute and the Pasteur Network are dedicated to fighting infectious disease and disease more broadly, and to take into account climate change and the interplay between the climate change and health issues. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. All right, let's get going, hey? My name is Nick Watts. It should be immediately apparent to everyone, including the people translating, that I am Australian. I apologize for my accent in advance. You are stuck with me for the next 90 minutes. But I think we can work together. I think we can work with the panelists up front here. I think we can have quite a bit of fun. We have one hell of an exciting event here. Put together, you can see right there, United and Prezod. Two sides of the same coin. Asking a pretty deeply important question. As this world moves from the space of talking about talking into delivery, as we get serious about implementation, how do we make sure we do that in a way that genuinely, meaningfully engages with the communities that we are working with? Two sides of that question. Number one, let's talk about those health impacts of climate change. Let's talk about, it's 2023, let's talk about infectious disease and what we know a warming environment is doing to the health systems that we are hoping to live with and in over the coming decades. Let's talk about what that health system response, that pandemic response, looks like in the face of climate change. The flip side of that, let's talk about making sure that healthcare systems, that our supply chains, that our medical products are climate smart, that they are ready for that future. We have one hell of a panel coming up. We have two fantastic opening speakers here to my left. I'll introduce them in just a second, I promise, and then we'll have two panels. There is so much exciting stuff to get through today. I'm looking at all of the different people that are going to be coming up here and speaking. I don't see you looking at me. We need to keep the time, hey? All right. We're live streaming this as well on YouTube. As far as I can tell, quite a few people back in France, back across the world, listening in. I'm going to move us on. You're going to see me bounce back up and forth. I'm going to be down, I'm going to be up. I apologize again for my accent, but here we have on stage, I need to apologize for two things. Australians have bad accents, and we are also very, very bad at navigating other countries' cultures. It's something that we do very well. I'm so sorry. So when I mispronounce everyone's name, can you please stand up, yell angrily at me, and tell me how I should have pronounced it? But here we have Madam Minister Firmin Lebaudot, outstanding, and immediately to her right, the Honourable Minister Chiponda. I think I did okay. Okay, in which case, Madam Minister, would you please like to come up here, give us some opening words? Thank you. And everyone, could we please clap?
Bonjour.
Well, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of France, I will say that what a pleasure it is for me to open this event. We are one of the 5 founding members. We welcome together and on behalf of the French pavilion, heat, pandemics, diseases, threats for sustainable food. We are now confronted to the climate change consequences for our health. That of the current generation, but that of the upcoming generations. Parallelly, our health systems are exerting a high pressure on our ecosystems. They play a major role when it comes to cutting the carbon emissions, but also in terms of biodiversity, natural resources use, energy consumption, or the erosion of our environment. So the question is, what should we and what must we do, put in place, implement to adapt our health systems to the climate change challenges? To answer these questions, we've gathered here today in the framework of the Health Day. I would like to hail the World Health Organization and the Emirati Presidency. collectively, we have to identify and put in place the solutions that are needed in order to cope with climate change consequences for our health. First things first, we have to recognize and to determine what are the interdependencies between human health, animal health, and ecosystems. This makes it mandatory for us to go for a One Health approach that should be a priority for all our policies. We have to use this approach in order to better understand and prevent sanitary crises as what we witnessed and went through during the COVID-19 pandemics. France, together with other countries and academic networks, has launched an international initiative in 2021 during the One Planet Summit, an unprecedented initiative in terms of follow-up, monitoring, prevention and preparation to pandemic-driven risks. This approach is absolutely essential and led by France at every level, both in a multilateral framework as in the framework of the new agreement upon pandemics, One Health. We have to also think about how to cut and manage the consequences of our health systems upon the ecosystems. I've committed myself at the national level last year while launching a piloting committee for the medical, social and health sectors. At the national level, we've joined the Attach Alliance for a Transformative Alliance for Climate Health, which has been launched by the WHO. The sector has to change to become more sober, more sustainable, more circular and less dependent upon fossil fuels. The ecologic transition in terms of health has to be sustainable and foster viable economic measures, socially fair and environmentally sustainable for the best of our people. As a pharmacist, as a chairwoman of our committee, I can only hail the approach around health products that integrate their fair aspect and the fact they take into account climate change aspects. It is my duty now I was supposed to be joined by Mrs. Zacharopoulou. She had to go home earlier than forecasted. I would like to share with you what she intended to say. We are committed to back financially PRESOD with 60 million euros. It is my pleasure to announce that we are doing significant steps. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together with the AFD, has put on the table 10 more million in order to monitor the situation in Mexico, Haiti, Costa Rica, Laos, Thailand and Congo. We are investing collectively. We are investing collectively in order to adapt sustainably our health systems, taking into account the challenges we face because of climate change. I am deeply convinced that today's discussions will allow us to lead a common discussion that will draw the pavement, the way, the tracks to a better adaptation to climate change.
As promised, again, thank you very, very much. Like I promised, moving from advocacy to research into delivery, into implementation with genuine funding and genuine commitment behind that. Honourable Minister Chiponda, would you like to come up from France down to the heart of Africa, the warm heart of Africa, I think I see there, Malawi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having an opportunity to share the Malawi story on this day. It's a historic day. It's such a momentous day whereby health issues are being discussed in light of the climate change. You know, as a health sector and as a Minister of Health, if there's a sector which really has suffered because of the impact of climate change, it is the health sector. Unfortunately, the health sector, we're always at the receiving end. You know, when things have gone bad, when, you know, people, they have nowhere to go, they come to us. So I'm happy that despite missing the 27 opportunities during the 27 COPs, you know, finally we are here at the COP28, and we're so grateful for the chair for including a healthy day. It is important because we are already in crisis. We are not talking about a distant threat, a threat which is going to happen in 5 or 10 years' time. No, we are not talking about preparedness. No, we are talking about the recovery because the damage has already been done. We are already in a crisis. So we are talking about recovery, not preparedness, but recovery. What is it that we have to do, you know, to get out of this situation? What is it that we need to do together? And it requires collective responsibility, because issues of climate change, they are multi-sectoral. They are not health issues. They are not. They are finance issues. They involve education. They involve everybody else. They involve the communities themselves, because they are a very important stakeholder. The communities themselves, as well as our civil society partners. So we are happy today that we are having this a very, very important discussion. Malawi, you have already heard the impact of climate change. You know, the devastation which our country has gone through for the last 3 years. We have had several cyclones, the worst one being this year, Cyclone Freddy, which affected over 2 million Malawians. We lost over 1,700, including 219 children, you know, which is very, very unfortunate. You know, we also had the worst case outbreak of cholera, which lasted the whole year, unprecedented. Having cholera cases even during summer, unheard of, you know, unheard of. So these are the things which, you know, they're making us in the health sector to ask ourselves, why is this happening? Why all of a sudden, after 10, 15 years without having any cholera case, why cholera now? And why is this cholera lasting even in summer when it's very hot, you're having cholera cases? These are the questions which we're asking ourselves. You talk of malaria. Malaria is still, you know, one of the diseases which is still killing many people, especially the children. We have done so much over the years, in terms of interventions. We have done vector spray. We give treated mosquito nets to the pregnant women. We give prophylaxis. But that time maybe we were targeting because the mosquitoes we had that time, they would bite you at night. But now you have mosquitoes which bite you even during the day. Now how do you protect our people? Unfortunately, all these effects of climate change, the most affected are the women and our children and the adolescent. And most importantly, the vulnerable, the poor. The poor, which is very, very unfortunate. So that is why we're coming here, really to make an appeal. First, to say thank you that we are including us in this conversation, but then we have to agree, what is it that we have to do together? For me, I think the most important thing, I know all of us, we are so excited to be part of this. We are so excited to be in Dubai. There have been so many commitments. There have been so many promises. But for me, I really need to come out with clear, actionable points. Something which all of us, we can be able to follow that, okay, at COP28 in Dubai, this is what we agreed on how to help health sector. Because when I'm talking about cholera in Malawi, it means I'm representing Zimbabwe, Zambia, Mozambique, even South Africa, the whole block. Even I'm representing Africa, because African countries are the worst affected due to climate change. So what are we saying? We're saying, okay, we agree. We need to have climate resilience health systems. What does that require? That requires us to having climate smart health systems. That requires us to have infrastructure which cannot be demolished by a mudslide or whatever. We are talking about having a workforce, healthy workforce, which can, you know, at a press of a button, when a cyclone has hit, whether it's whatever, you know, a robust healthy workforce, which at a stroke they can, quickly respond to issues. We are talking of warning systems, not just warning systems for those in a climate, whatever, no, but even in the health sector, warning systems. We are talking of having proper research, because I'm sure most of the things which we are talking about, we are just talking about from whatever, but not proper research has been done. Because most of us in our countries, we have not even finished doing the assessment, vulnerability assessment, because that requires funding. So this is what we are looking for when we are saying we need to build climate resilience health systems. We need to have proper data management. Data management, how do we keep data? I was telling somebody, I said, some of these things, we take them for granted. In Malawi, when you are sick, you are given a health passport. So they keep all your history in there. You come with malaria, they will write. You have a cough, they will write. Everything, BP, they will write. So you go about with your passport. And when the second flood hit, it hit around midnight. Everything washed away. In the morning, you have this woman who is on ART, maybe even having a BP medicine. Now, literally, they have no record at all. And you cannot even ask them, what kind of medication were you taking? They'll say, no, it was a white tablet. This is the reality of life. The next morning, literally, the history is gone. You have no way at all to check what was wrong with this woman or what are the conditions. Even the children, the passport gone. You cannot even tell how many vaccines, and even the mothers, they don't even know. They'll just say, no, there was a vaccine at such a point, there's a vaccine at 3 months or whatever, but it means everything gone. So when we talk that now, this is the time to digitalization, the importance of digitalization, this is the time. We are talking from real challenges which we are facing in our country. So this is what we are talking about, and that we need a robust climate resilience health system. But for that to happen, it requires funding. Most of us, we operate from a very tight fiscal space because of some other challenges. Already, without these crises, we are already operating in a very tight space. But the crisis, the COVID, the cholera, it has just shown how vulnerable, how weak our health systems are in Malawi. It's not just Malawi, in most of us. The things we are talking about, that some of the diseases, the ailments which are coming up now, we thought we were done with that, which shows that no one of us is safe. Because if we thought we are done with cholera, 10 years later, it comes back. It means no one is safe. It means even in those countries where they feel that, they were done with malaria, you never know. There is vector migration. All of a sudden, you can just have mosquitoes and you wonder, you thought, no, we are okay, we don't have malaria. No, nobody is safe. So we are saying, like we used to say during COVID, that no one is safe until all of us are safe. And all of us, we used to say, we do not leave anyone behind. Can we use the same language with climate change issues? Can we use the same language, leaving no one behind? We need equity. Here there have been so many promises, so many commitments saying, so many $1 billion, but we need equity, because sometimes it is on paper. It is just on paper, and when we disappear from here next week, it's gone. And you have no reference point. You have no reference point. I go back to Malawi because I have to give a report to Malawi. I have to tell my president, why did I come here? Because I've left my job there. Why did I come here? What has this trip benefited the people of Malawi? That is the question we ask. I have to show that the trip to Dubai is going to benefit my people in Malawi. So we are saying, let us be very clear. Let's be open when we are making commitments. It is very important. Because most of the times, issues of transparency and accountability, you talk about them when you're talking to us as politicians. But when it comes to organizations, somehow the language changes. But we want accountability on both sides. You require accountability and transparency from us, well and good. We also require transparency and accountability from our partners, from the organizations who have made a commitment. When you say I've made a commitment, tell us the guidelines, tell us the conditions and everything. We want flexible money. In the health sector, like for real, we have had very, very well trusted partners. We work with the Global Fund, and we have achieved a lot in terms of HIV management. Our outcomes are very good. In Malawi, on HIV, the life expectancy has gone from 40 now to about almost 70 life expectancy because of how we have managed HIV and AIDS. So much has already been invested. Now we don't want to lose this person who we have already invested so much to protect the child from HIV, to protect the child from measles, only to lose them to these other climate-induced shocks. This is what we're saying. So we are appealing that, partners, organizations, they come and support our plan, government's plan. It is important that in each and every plan, government, they should have ownership. They should have ownership. What we're saying is we need a hand up, not a hand out. Hand up and hand out are totally different things. We need a hand up. So we are very, very grateful for this opportunity which we believe is going to make a difference, a huge difference. To us, we worry so much because each life we lose, it is a life worth saving, and it is our collective responsibility, all of us, to save life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think Clear illustrated perfectly why we are here today, illustrated perfectly why these two panels coming up, these two sides of the same coin are so important, that burning urgency, the health impacts, the health imperative that climate change brings. So thank you. Please join me again in thanking both of our You are incredibly free to, if you don't mind, take your seats, but thank you very much. Everyone that sees their face there up on screen, I'd like them to make their way up here if you don't mind. Our first panel here is talking about exactly this question. What does, if you take this imperative seriously, if you take the health impacts of climate change seriously, if you take the infectious disease waves and waves that we see around the world and know we will see over time, what does a robust health system response look like? What does that look like in the context of really properly adopting a One Health approach to this as well? And what does it look like when we know, like we've said, we're moving from advocacy into implementation? We have to start to get this community engagement right. In order to guide us through this, I'm going to be a little bit unorthodox because I want to give as much time as we possibly can to our speakers. I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time introducing everyone. In fact, I'm going to ask you guys to introduce yourselves as we come to you. Is that okay? Fine. Would anyone like me to attempt to mispronounce something as an Australian? Okay. We've got a fantastic panel. First up, though, we have Thierry just to my left here. I think you have a video for us. Is that right?
Yes, we do.
Fantastic. Why don't you introduce yourself for 4 seconds and then hand us over to your video.
Okay, nice being here with all of you. So I'm Thierry Lefrançois. I'm an advisor to the CEO at CIRAD, Research Organization for Agriculture. And I'm also co-founder of the PRESOD initiative. So I will not talk very long, it's just to introduce a very short video, just to continue of what was said by the ministers earlier. We need a recovery, and recovery is not enough because we are already facing possible new pandemic risk. So we need prevention, not only preparedness, not only control, not only recovery, but we need also prevention. And prevention is essential for controlling One Health issue. And to have the prevention, we need to work all together with the One Health issue, environmental health, animal health, human health. And we need, the more we are
on the prevention side, the more we need to involve all the actors of the preventions, and especially the ones who are on the front line of the surveillance of the disease, and there are the communities there. So this video will present a very short presentation of what was done within the present initiative with the community during the co-construction of the initiative. Please.
This morning, Yek, a poultry farmer in Bahrain, found dead hens in her yard. The others look sick too. Niambo, a forestry worker in Leicester, feels feverish since he went into the forest to check on sick monkeys. Sophia is shocked when she discovers her sheep's dying next to the little river close to her farm. Community members are the first to be affected by any health event. They are the starting point and major actors of the health surveillance chain. They report their issues to the local specialists, who refer to their supervisors to get the laboratory team to investigate and seek for the cause of the disease and alert higher authorities. We often think of surveillance as experts looking actively for viruses. This is indeed important, but not sufficient. It doesn't allow for fast detection of the first signs of zoonosis, a disease transmitted from animals to human that can turn into a pandemic. With the community surveillance, we can detect fast enough alarming situations and implement useful actions. That's why their members have to be considered as part of the surveillance chain. They also need to engage back in reporting and responding fast to contain any health event as soon as they face it. We need to support their engagement by listening to their needs and constraints and create a win-win partnership. With the technology and research available today, it's possible to provide community members the information they need and get them to report in real time the events they are facing. Effective prevention of diseases and contamination requires sharing of information in real time at all levels amongst all actors, including the community. This is in line with the One Health approach, which calls for collaboration across human, animal, and environmental health. The community members are an essential part of it. Support science-based solutions with the PREZODE initiative.
So, Thierry, you can't show a video that lovely and not expect the first question to come to you. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay, listen. Oh, yeah? Okay. In which case, Olivia, the first question's coming to you. Thierry's passed it over. You're here talking from a civil society, from a local community perspective, right? I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit. We've heard from our first two speakers. What do some of these health impacts of climate change, properly look like? And how do you feel about videos like that? How do you feel about how you want to see civil society engaged in the response?
Oui, alors merci beaucoup.
I'll be speaking French. Many thanks to you. I would like to thank the COP28 and all the decision makers for the first historic days dedicated to health topics. I would like to thank the organizers of this event for placing this topic, this community's aspects, at the very heart of climate change topics. I've been attending another event. Someone said that when one Googles climate change, we rarely see human faces. Just at the bottom of the page, if you look for them, you can see a couple of faces, sometimes one, barely. And that's an issue. That's an issue because that leads people to think that climate change doesn't affect people, that it's not a human matter. Quite the opposite. Human beings, communities are deeply and painfully affected by climate change. As the ministers said, it's not a legend of the future. It's happening now. Particularly, I could drop a couple of examples linked with malaria. Malaria is a disease that is transmitted by mosquitoes because of stagnating waters. We've noticed that there are more and more malaria cases year after year. According to a World Malaria Report that has been launched on the 30th of November here at the COP, we can see that there are plus 5 million cases, which means 240 million malaria cases and not less than 700,000 fatalities. So something is wrong. If we look at what's going on at the level of the communities, we see that the effects of climate change, and notably rainfalls, the fact that rainfalls are continuous in some places, are the cause of the mosquito proliferation. The fact we have more and more mosquitoes, which means more and more malaria cases. So as you see, nothing is apart, everything is linked. In addition, beyond the effects in terms of rainfalls, we observe that the fight against malaria is becoming more and more difficult and less previsible, because there are campaigns like the chemio prevention for season malaria, which consists on giving one pill to children between June and October in the Sahel mainly, which pill allows to protect children from the most severe effects, from death. Nowadays we see that because of climate change, the rain season, the wet season, is getting longer and longer. Campaigns have been programmed for 3, 4, 5 months. They should be longer. They are, of course, expensive. They require lots of money, lots of efforts. There are huge financement gaps, which means climate change makes it mandatory for us to find more money, more grants. We have to prolong the campaigns for our kids to be protected, not only during the wet season, because the season, the limits are blurred. You're not sure when it will start, when it will end. Children under 5 pay the highest price. 90% of the malaria-related fatalities are in Africa, more than half for children under 5 and pregnant women. Malaria is a crystal clear and painful example of the consequence of climate change consequences on human health. This impact being now, not tomorrow. Many children, as we speak, are not fully protected because of the never-ending rainfalls. Moreover, we know that in terms of, we were talking about the One Health approach. This illness is a great example of how important environment is. Mosquitoes are changing, there are mutations, they are getting more and more resistant in certain parts of Africa, and even in Asia we see cases of malaria, while this disease used to be nearly eliminated. That's creating yet another health problem, because some populations there are not resistant in terms of immunologically speaking. Hence the emergence of malaria's emergence in some places where it used to barely be a problem. That's a severe problem, and I think this is leading us 20 years backwards if we don't address the problem, if we don't tackle the problem. So we need a community-wide engagement, a commitment from scratch to the very end of these strategies. It's One Health, but it's also about strategies aiming at mitigating the impacts of climate change upon communities. We also have to commit communities in the development of strong actions in order to reinforce the community systems. We've talked about strong health systems, but community systems are just as important and allow communities to adapt themselves and to face the problems we are struggling with. So, in a nutshell, just to say that climate change is affecting health, sure, but community health affects all the other parts, education, work, private life. So everything is together. It's all over the place, and it's not only about climate change. It's a human crisis, a humanitarian crisis. So, to close the loop, I would like to see more human faces on the web pages about climate change. Thank you.
Sorry, it was taking me 3/4 of a second to catch up with the translation. The eagle-eyed among you will notice, A, that the pictures have changed, but B, but there we go. But B, that there are a few changes here as well. No, we can go back. I was wondering, Thierry, Papasek, between the two of you, could I ask you to talk just a little bit about the work that Prezod is doing to respond to this exact problem, the role of research in directly engaging communities in the response to climate change, the health response to climate change?
Thank you, Nick, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to welcome you all. Had the recently elected president of Prezod. I would like to welcome you all here, Madam Ministers, and allow me to thank the government of France for funding Prezod, but also for continuing to backstopping the work that Prezod are doing. We are very, 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 very grateful about what France are doing, and also we would like to acknowledge all the work done by the previous president, Dr. Jean-Luc Ngo, and also the whole team with Thurad, Inraye, and also Iwerde. So I would like here to apologize my colleague, Professor Musso Munyeng, who could not make the trip to Dubai. He's the chair of the steering committee. Both of us, Cherry and I, we are going to try to replace him. Talking about the Prezod mission, I would like to say here that Prezod is trying to translate the global strategy to local impact and with local action. And we are focusing our work on the operational level in the local level. And that vision is very accelerating because we are using the co-building approach using the One Health initiative. And from here, I would like to give the floor to my colleague Cherry, who will go deep in the work that Prezod are doing. Thank you so much.
Quelques mots complémentaires pour préciser.
Just a few complimentary words to tell about the activities of Prezod. The fact that Prezod was launched by the president at the One Plan Summit illustrates the fact that this initiative is said to gather all the crises together, century, biocentury, climatic. So for all that we need to develop prevention, and for that we need to have all the actors. When we talk all the actors, it's more than just the communities. We also to have states. We need the departmental delegation, but also scientists, so researchers, as said by Madam Minister from Malawi. We need serious data. We need research in social science to understand the interactions between the different partners and to understand how to consolidate the improvements of surveillance, especially of the emerging phenomena, and research to try to understand what are the determinants of the emergency. It's not only things appearing within people, but also in animals, and we need to know through all the factors of emergence. Sorry, we've spoke about a co-construction process that was not based on nothing, but on existing health networks in different world regions, in Africa, in Asia, in America, but also in Europe. And this work is moving forward because, just so you know, we are 240 organizations participating to our project, and 50 countries, and 24 of them have signed the initiative, President initiative at the ministerial level. So it's not governance, but for governance. But just as said, as Dr. Papasek was saying, we want to implement concrete actions in countries. For that, we've obtained financing from France for research, but also for development via the AFD, allow us to develop actions on the ground, remaining in interaction with community or the communities, the research world, and the decision makers. We need all the actors at the international level, especially the international organizations that will support the One Health approach. I will end up here. You just see our website. You will see everything that we're doing together with our partners. Thank you.
I would like just to appeal to other countries also to join us, because the work we are doing is very crucial for the future. And I would like here to appeal to other countries, but also other institutes, because as institute, you can't join PRISOD by only signing the declaration, the online declaration. It is available in the website. And as Dr. Cherry said previously, we are almost 250 countries with 25 governments who commit themselves to PRISOD. And for only less than 3 years of existence, you see the difference. So we really did a lot of important work in very few time. And we are well committed, and we want here to recommit countries and all members to reinforce the work we are doing. And also we would like also to appeal for funding, because now we have only the government of France who fund PRISOD. We need other fund too. So guys, if you can do something, you're welcome. Thank you so much. I give you the floor.
Harley, I can't let that intervention go by without turning immediately to you at the Global Fund. Talk. I apologize. Talk to us about how, look, the Global Fund is a world expert, a world leader in the response to pandemics and rapid response to emergent infectious diseases. How do you think about the world as it changes in the face of climate change?
Thanks for that question, and thank you to the government of France. Thank you to the PRISOD colleagues. The Global Fund's very honored to be here today with you. Just 3 points, and to start by answering your question directly, the Global Fund is intensely concerned about the human health impacts of climate change. The most direct, probably on malaria, as Olivia noted, moving the malaria map, more people exposed to seasonal malaria transmission who have never been exposed before, movements of permanent malaria transmission from high burden settings to even more high burden settings, just extremely concerning. But the links are not just the direct ones with vector-borne disease, also with Aedes, Zika, chikungunya, yellow fever, dengue, but more indirect first and second order impacts on poverty, on agriculture, and therefore on food security. And those we know, the social determinants of health, are intimately linked to progress against HIV and tuberculosis, as well as non-communicable diseases, and pretty much everything we've worked on for the last 20 years in the global health space. So we're intensely concerned about it. We're working on it on 4 fronts. One, at the Secretariat, how much we travel, our carbon footprint, which everyone is doing. Second, on our supply operations. We ship some $3 billion worth of products, life-saving commodities around the world. Close work with Unitaid on this, and Unitaid's new work that they've just announced, which is very exciting. But whether or not those products are shipped by sea or by air, and how they are packaged with plastic, makes a huge difference in terms of the impact of those products. At the country level, what we can support directly that's climate related, and there's some simple things I think make a lot of sense. The solarization of health facilities, as the Honorable Minister from Malawi noted, disease surveillance systems that integrate meteorological data are both really clear, good examples. But there's a huge number of other things, and I've been very delighted here in the fourth area to think about global leadership and to really take the lead from the ministers of health who are dealing with this on the front line. I think the stories I've heard last night from Minister of Mozambique, from the Honorable Minister Chipanda today here, and actually in multiple events. She's incredible. I don't know how she's done like 10 events, but they've all been great. I mean, those stories, I think, build the basis for how we need to learn about what is really a fundamental shift in the context of human life on Earth, and therefore is going to affect all the programs we work on. Second point I want to make is just that we tend to think the pandemic is over, and we can now focus on this new thing, climate change. And I'm just delighted that Prizod is bringing folks together, because these are not different things. These are actually intimately related, and all the changes we're seeing with climate change are going to exacerbate disease emergence. So we are much more likely, because of the movement of people, the fast movement of globalization, changes in agricultural practices, partially due to climate change, partially due to poverty, that are all going to accentuate the human-animal interface. I loved the video. I think the origins of the current COVID outbreak, somewhere, pangolins, raccoon dogs, bats, wet markets, replicate what we've seen with the emergence of new influenza strains, with pigs and ducks co-farming together, what we saw all the way back in the early days of HIV, which is essentially used to be a zoonosis and simian immunodeficiency virus, and has tragically moved into people, taken 80 years to detect, and killed millions before we actually took action on it. So these links on pandemics and climate change are actually, they're getting stronger. They're not something we can leave behind on pandemics. The last point, and all of that to say, that's why One Health makes enormous sense, right? To look at our interface, humans' interface with the natural world, with the animal world, largely the viruses and other diseases that are carried, and think holistically about it. But I think we do have to be a little cautious. That theoretical framework makes perfect sense. But I know from the Global Fund's experience, we have trouble sometimes getting the HIV program in a country to talk to the tuberculosis program in a country. And those are probably the two biggest co-infection killers in the world today. So I think we need to be practical about what we're doing, which is why the third point is really putting communities at the center of our efforts to fight pandemics. In every time we fought a pandemic, from the origins of the Global Fund, which are in HIV activism in the beginning of the AIDS epidemic, to the West African Ebola crisis, where the lack of trust in outside scientists exacerbated the spread of disease, and to the COVID pandemic, when vaccine inequalities dramatically exacerbated, as well as vaccine disinformation, particularly in my own country, the engagement of communities, the trust of communities, whether or not we're engaging with communities only when there's a new disease that threatens wealthy countries, or when we're actually engaging with communities to fight the biggest problems they have today, their biggest health challenges, makes a huge difference in trust. So those were the three main things I wanted to say, just how seriously the Global Fund's taking this, the linkages with pandemics and climate change, which are actually accelerating, they're not over, and then why, in a complex space, putting communities and their health needs at the front and center is probably the best way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ludovic, I've been sitting up here watching, and every single point that's been made, I think you've nodded and you've smiled as it's gone. I don't think I've seen you scrunch your eyes up and say, no, nonsense, once. Talk to us a little bit about everything you've just heard here and how FAO internalizes some of this work, what the role of FAO is in the response on the ground to climate change to health.
Well, thanks a lot. I will apologize for my French colleagues that I will speak in English, so I will have to speak with English with a French accent, so I really apologize for that. I was nodding because what was said is like true. We're already facing the impact of climate change, and climate change is affecting and impacting our ways of adapting to I would say pandemics, but I would say unforeseen events. So are we prepared? And I will use the word prepared to respond. So if you look at COVID-19, you will see, and I will speak with my look as emergency manager on emergency management systems. Emergency management systems were working in silos. They could not interact much. And hence, they lacked the opportunity to adapt quickly to a changing situation, to share risk communication, knowledge, science to face better at the regional level, but also hence at the global level, the new challenge that was posed by COVID-19. Are we better now? That's the question. After COVID-19, are we more prepared to face unforeseen events that would be posed by disease, but that would be posed by pandemics, and that would be posed by the climate change? FO launched in May 2022 the Progressive Pathway for Emergency Preparedness, which is a tool for countries to assess their readiness for emergencies. So until now, since May 2022, we have more than 60 countries, 1/3 of the FO member countries, that ensure that pathway. And you can see that, unfortunately, most of them are not prepared. So preparedness is unfortunately not still here. And I think that's also caused by the end of the pandemic. No one wants to see at pandemics anymore. No one wants to prepare for new pandemics. I think we are tired of the last pandemics. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, pandemics are around the corner due to climate change, due to evolution of disease patterns, maybe disease patterns that we thought we knew, but climate change is also challenging this. And you can see that those countries lack the capacity to prepare and to be coordinate. So coordinate the systems to be able to answer to any pandemics. So we still work in silos. It is quite unfortunate because we have to have a shift in the way of how we look at response. We have to go from, in the evolution of animals, we have to go to a cellular-based immunity to a much more complex immune system. And we have to think about system. We have to stop thinking about thematic areas. We have to go above a silo, one hazard, one threat, ad hoc way to respond to emergencies, to have a system-wide approach to emergencies. System-wide that would be able to encompass all of the different participants, but not only the national levels, but also the communities, research, to have a system that is highly adaptable to new threats. And new threats, unforeseen threats or pandemics, I mean. Can we do it? That's a question you are asking, to have solutions maybe, to have something that can be applied, like go beyond the discussion. We have to change that, how we can change. One Health is an amazing starting point for system-wide approach. It breaks the silos to have people talk together, and I know the quadripartite has been engaged in changing the silo thinking, to start thinking together, not doing things and then joining things, but doing things together. And the One Health approach will be allowing us to have those systems that will be able to be triggered and change and have community engagement. And it's already happening in some countries. You have already some countries that are working to increase the capacities of the animal health sectors to reach a level to be able to discuss with the One Health sector, and hence being tested in a one system approach. One system will go over, I think, the One Health at some point approach, because you have to think about the consequences of climate change also in other risk than health-related risk. So some countries are already doing it, in Africa, in Asia. But I think that's something that we have to increase awareness, because few countries will not make the difference. We have to be able to have a system approach buy-in at the regional level, to have resilient systems that if something happens, they will be already capable to address the issue before it becomes global. And FO and other partners in the quadripartite is really working on this together with the Retro and others to start changing this. And I think it's amazing, and I thank Prisot to have invited us today, because I think from your particular initiative, bringing together countries, but also research and communities, I think we can increase awareness raising and buying of countries to change like a one side, one hazard system in response to a system-wide approach. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much to the panel here. I'm going to invite you guys to take a seat back in the audience, and I'm going to invite everyone here to give another round of applause. New game. Everyone whose face is up on the screen, I would love to see you up in these chairs here. As we come up here, let's also take a time check. We are 2.5 minutes over time, okay? Everyone's got to keep that in mind, and we're going to finish on time. I promise you that. Fair enough? Okay. I feel like it looks like we may still be missing just one more person. Here he comes. Well, he comes up to introduce his second panel. It's a topic, quite frankly, very, very close to my heart. I was, until 5 seconds ago, the Chief Sustainability Officer for the NHS, decarbonising healthcare systems in the world's largest healthcare system, now doing exactly the same thing down in Singapore with the health ministry there. The one thing we know for sure is that one healthcare system running at this alone, one healthcare system thinking about decarbonisation, about how to implement climate-smart health products out across the world, that's not enough. This only works if everyone is here together. And so Marisol, I hope you don't mind if I turn to you for the very, very first question. I want to hear a little bit about the work that Unitate is doing on this topic, but I also want to congratulate you and thank you for what I think is maybe the best title of any report released in 2023, just out a few days ago, Milligrams to Megatons. A little bit of insider baseball, but I love it. Please tell us a little bit about the work that Unitate is doing.
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you to France for the invitation, Madam Minister, and as a courtesy to France, I will speak French, if you allow me.
I would like to say a few words about what Unitate has been doing. It's an organization of World Health, who's been here for 15 or 20 years, and we're transforming innovations into health, into solutions of access to health in countries with low-income societies. United was the avant-garde by creating 100 of innovations, 100 products who today are a reference for the treatment of AIDS, pediatric, malaria, cancer, in women, and many others. We have adopted a new strategy 18 months ago that stresses the infectious disease, of course, because this is actually the heart of our work. So we are preparing to the PR about the response to after the pandemic. We've decided to work on a strategy of health climate that has been adopted by our administration, by our board a few days ago at Brasilia, and I have the pleasure to announce that today it has been officially launched, and you can find it right now on the website of Unitate. If the question of the climate change is for us definitely essential, is because we know that the climate change not only will cause problems, health problems and new health problems, but also will also complicate very much the intervention on the ground. We're not in a situation in which we have to choose between continuing the fight against the malaria, the tuberculosis, or the AIDS, or do we treat the impact of the climate change impact? We know that this climate change will transform the way these diseases will be treated, will create new infectious diseases, and that will require new answers. So at the same time, we work at the chains, products, meds. We have to act, and we need to work on the, as I said, from milligrams to megatons, because we have launched a study on 10 important products. For example, the RETROUVEZ-NOUS, that's against AIDS, a few milligrams of product absorbed every day. I mean, used every day on a daily basis by people. These milligrams shall be taken every single day of life. That means completely that these milligrams of medication by the end of the year we compared it to all the with all the people who suffer in the world. That will be 2.7 megatons of CO2. So we have to, if we've worked on medications against AIDS, now we have to reflect how to reduce the climatic impact of medical products. This is why our strategy is organized around what we call the climate smart products. It means products who have a reduced impact on the climate. To become climate straight product, to become one, you have to have a product that is accessible for everyone, as we've been doing that from the very beginning. A product that is easily available, financially available, affordable, in other words. A product that that answer to the needs of the communities, but we also need this product to be which doesn't do anything bad to nature, and that corresponds to the expectancies of the community. And it's of course this supply chain has to resist to the climate change. Our objective is to by 2030 we want to propose 30 climate smart products, health products of course. This is our mantra. This is our objective. We have the will to bring concrete answers. I will give you two examples. Lutegravir, that's to treat the AIDS. We have identified in the study that we've conducted that we, without increasing the cost, by changing the modes of production, can reduce by 40% the emissions of CO2. So we can go to 70% of reduction of CO2 with a financial impact that has to be taken into consideration. We also know that the increase of temperatures are a challenge in case of certain disease. For example, hemorrhagical risks are bigger when the temperatures are higher. So we work on a product, on a treatment, thermostable, that can reduce the risk of hemorrhages. This is an example of what we work in, the UNIDAID is working. As a chief of the executive board, I'm really proud of the work that has been conducted by our teams, because it's a pioneer's work and very operational, concrete, that is faithful to our tradition, solutions-oriented. We want to do this precisely, and we want to keep doing that. To succeed, we need partnership. In plural, partnerships. I hailed the presence of Luis Gama, who's the member of the board of UNITAID, and we worked under with the help of the World Health Organization, and I'm happy to announce here that UNITAID will sign the present approach, because that seems to be going the direction we like.
So listen, thank you very much. The rest of us, this panel here, we're going to work together. We have 20 minutes and we're going to get through this. Is that okay? Do we think we can do this? We can keep to time? Yes, we can. Nicolas, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the work that PATH is doing. And you have PATH has a long, quite impressive history in the field of global health. That part's fine. We can take that as written. What's going to change? What's coming next? How is PATH's work going to have to change in the face of climate change?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I have 3 minutes and 3 pages, so that will be No, thanks for hanging around also in this nice temperature that we have in the room. Is my mic working? Yeah, okay. When I listened to the minister from Malawi speaking, I was actually wanting her to stay because one of the things that we've been working on with Malawi is introduction of the malaria vaccine. And that's been an innovation that PATH has been developing together with GSK and roll out now across Africa. And we are seeing, as we know, the challenges with vector-borne diseases, that these kind of, that malaria will spread. And of course, introduction of vaccines for malaria, dengue, and so on are going to be essential for populations to be protected against infectious diseases. But of course, we need to know when these outbreaks are happening. So one of the points that we need to strengthen, and where PATH is also working, is what we saw on the film, community-based surveillance activities, because we need to know where these outbreaks happen, what diseases are they, and how can we act with a potential medical intervention. So that's a critical part. And the minister also talked about the integration of health data and climate data. We actually worked with the Malawi government to develop their digital health strategy, but unfortunately we didn't roll it out before the cyclone hits, where they lost all the medical records from the affected areas. But actually we provided funding for that. So, but again, we need the foresight, we need the integration of climate data into health systems, and of course that backbone needs to be established. So the foundation is universal health coverage and primary health care. So we need to have systems that are building that foundation, because they will address not only climate change and health, but also foresight in terms of epidemic outbreaks and so on. So we need that foundation to happen. So investments in universal health coverage and primary health care, that's critical. Then I congratulate also UNITAID, because what they have done with their new report is actually putting a very, very sharp lens on difficult medical interventions impact, climate impact. And we didn't have that visibility before. So this report that just came out actually gives us great visibility and call to action to see, can we do better on some of these medical products? And of course, that's a snapshot of the products that are available today. So what we need to do is, as we design going forward, and PATH is a leading innovator in designing medical products, vaccine diagnostics devices, is that lens that UNITAID has taken in this new report is actually included in the design phase, so that we design for access, we design for health, but we also design for climate impact. So I think this is a very important report, and I congratulate UNITAID for doing that. As we design those products, last point, it was mentioned that community health workers need to be included. We are having living labs, which means living labs is a project we have where we have more than 1,000 community health workers helping us design healthy products. Basically not pushing products out to communities, but actually understanding what are the needs out there. So we need to lay on the climate lens, the waste lens, the total life cycle of those products into the communities and get that input in from the beginning. So we have work ahead of us as we innovate and create new products. But this report, and with that foundation building, we're in a better place going forward. Thank you.
Louis, you heard his final point talking about community building. We might need to find a way to get a microphone across to you as well. You're with UNITAID representing the views of communities. I would love you to tell us a little bit about how you think those views, those impacts have changed over time.
So, I've got a chest infection.
Oh no.
And I'm struggling to talk, so maybe somebody can increase the volume. Great. So I love the French motto, liberty, equality, and fraternity, and I love it particularly when it's applied to global health. Let me thank the French government warmly for the opportunity to speak today, to be part of the climate and health discussions. And this first health day at COP is an important milestone, an incredible opportunity for us as communities to advocate for the changes we want to see. I serve, as Marisol has said, as the community's delegation of people living with HIV, TB, and affected by malaria on the Global Fund board, as well as on the UNITAID board. These two multilateral partnerships are unique in the entire global health architecture, in giving voice and equal voting rights in decision-making on their governance boards, and putting communities at the heart of decision-making. But that requires more, because it can't only happen at a global level at the board, it has to happen at country level. President Chirac and President Lula had a vision, and that led to the creation of UNITAID. And that vision was to use innovation to create new tools to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria. That vision was matched by their understanding of the critical importance of communities as equal partners. They recognized the need for sustained funding, and we keep hearing about funding. And one of the really important things is sustained. You cannot develop and innovate if you only have money for every year, and you've got to go around with your begging bowl. So when they created UNITAID, it was through the airline tax, it was through innovative financing, and they were able to ensure that UNITAID had money for a long period of time. That's no longer the case. I need to speak on behalf of a very diverse group of people that we call communities from around the world that rely on the Global Fund and on UNITAID for their very survival. For the millions of the poorest, most disenfranchised, most vulnerable, most marginalized people with almost no political power to influence the decisions that are made that impact their lives every day. My job here is to represent that perspective and the priorities of this constituency, where healthcare already seems to be impossible and health systems already stretched to breaking point, and that was even before COVID. The health gains we've made over the 25 years, fighting AIDS, TB, and malaria, as well as neglected tropical diseases and other vector-borne diseases, are being eroded right now because of climate change. And the amazing job that the Global Fund has done in scaling up some of the products that UNITAID has innovated and created to bring access to medication to children and to women and to mothers is in the balance. We're not likely to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 3. Certainly not by 2030. So climate is a clear and present existential threat to human health and well-being. And it's only going to get worse. Our major hope to overcome the impacts of climate change and the climate crisis is innovation. We will need new products, more affordable products, life-saving treatments which are cheaper, more effective, more efficient, climate smart, and based on reliable, trustworthy science and technology. We can do this providing we have long-term sustainable funding made available. Funding innovation for health is a political choice. And during COP28, it is clear there are going to be many trade-offs. Let resources for health innovation not be one of the trade-offs. For innovation to be successful, though, and sustainable, communities in all our diversity need to be in the driving seat in partnership with country governments. You cannot come and solve our problems and challenges without us. Technical solutions cannot be parachuted out of the blue, from top down, dealing with a single disease, and this does not work for communities. We need innovations that are holistic, inclusive, and have all partners engaged, including multi-sectoral partners. Know that unless you have walked in my shoes, you are unable to provide solutions that are suitable for me. However, together, we can co-create climate-smart solutions from concept to implementation. Imagine the communities in Pakistan after the floods with 6 months supply of antiretrovirals, but no access to food and no access to clean water. Or in Mozambique after Freddy, when community health workers had long-lasting mosquito nets in their villages, but had no access to treatment or to diagnosis, and had to deal with children malnourished and anemic. Survival following climate disasters requires a multi-sectorial, holistic, innovative and collaborative approach, and that communities focused and people-centered in finding solutions that will build on the success of the past 25 years. COVID taught us one thing, that we as communities across the world, when the going gets tough, we're left on our own to fend for ourselves. Last in line for the most essential commodities, including vaccines. And then we were dealt, then we had to deal with vaccine hesitancy with limited help. Our trust in politicians, in global health institutions, and the systems that have regularly let us down is unsurprisingly weak. So, please give us the commodities, the tools, and build our capacity so that we can take care of ourselves when climate disasters occur. That we have innovation that begins with meaningful, inclusive community engagement that incorporates a gender lens. We need sustainable direct funding to community-led organizations so that they are in a better position to take care of their own people when climate disaster hits. And this must include community-level surveillance. We need manufacturing and supply chains that are close to our communities so that we don't have to rely on products from the other side of the world. We need people to be, we the people need to be at the table during the entire development process from start to finish, and not just at the governance level. Nothing for us without us needs to be practiced every step of the way. The UNITAID report indicates that key products and medicines used by our communities every day around the world to respond to diseases like HIV, TB, and malaria, improve women and child's health, and respond to global emergencies may no longer be fit for purpose in a changing climate. This is not only shocking, but it's extremely worrying at the fragile nature of the medicines that are the basis of life currently for millions of people currently on treatment for AIDS, TB, and malaria. We acknowledge the need for greener and more sustainable healthcare, and we join UNITAID in calling the global health industry, policymakers, governments, research institutes, and major buyers of pharmaceutical products to take action now before it's too late. We must ensure health products remain accessible as climate changes, because our very lives depend on it. Thank you.
I hope you will forgive me. I think that was worth waiting and listening to. Thank you very, very much. Dr. Lee, the World Health Organization has been absolutely everywhere this COP, and they have been at the forefront of the health response to climate change. I don't know if it could get any bigger than where the WHO has already brought us, but what comes next?
Thank you very much. I think I'm talking under huge time pressure, so please be patient. First of all, I still would like to say thanks to UNITAID and the President to invite me to join this event. And also, I don't want to miss opportunity to say thanks to our Excellency Minister from France. You are still here listening all the conversation. Thanks for your leadership, for your investment in global health. I listened to your global health strategy, and you put the prevention first. You put the people at center, and you emphasize One Health. So we are benefit from that investment, and I commit to you from WHO we will continue. I actually prepared a very long speech, but I will not going to use it, promise. So just highlight 3 points when I'm listening. The first one, as we repeatedly say by Dr. Tedros, the climate crisis is the health crisis. So WHO will take the climate and health issues seriously with sense of urgency. We continue want to fight to put health at the center of the climate negotiation, discussion, advocacy, and action. We are very grateful that first ever in the history, now we have a first health day today. There will be the health ministerial declaration today But we all know that this historical momentum just a new start, the new chapter for our journey to advance the more concrete action. So to me, the implementation of the declaration at country level with the support from all of us is the key to success. So that's my first point. Second one is about WHO. We believe in the power of science, data, and evidence. And this is not only for life-saving, protect health, but also One Health, the protect planet. So WHO has been playing a very important role. I myself firmly believe, as WHO staff member, science-based, evidence-based policy to inform decision-making at country level with involvement of the community participation is extremely important. We did that for the COVID, and for climate, we have to continue for that. And again, one recent example is the newly published operational framework for building climate resilient and low carbon health systems. So to me, it's not about now we don't have a tool, we have it. Just a matter of operationalized implementation, as our Excellency Minister from Malawi mentioned, we have to action on the ground now. So we have that tool already. To do that one, believe me, resource-limited country, where I have been working in my previous function, they really need external support. We need domestic investment for sure, but our financial support, technical support, and promote their own ownership. The community participation are extremely important, not doing separate project, but system approach. The third role, WHO is very powerful. I believe we will continue. That's the convenient role. We do not, WHO is a very poor organization, by the way, but we are very rich in our staff, the wisdom, and our convenient role. So we are going to facilitate implementation of this alliance for transformative action on climate and health attached. And I would like to really, really commend the leadership and the support from UK, from many countries. Now we have 80, as of now, 80 member states already joined attached. So moving forward, as WHO, on behalf of Dr. Tedros, Director DG, we will continue work with member states, partners, clearly to prioritize climate and health as one of the global health agenda. We are in the process of development that one. We are proposing the 6 strategic objectives right now for consultation, but climate and health is one of the 6 strategic objectives. I do believe that people will no longer question why climate matters for health sector and beyond. It's health crisis. So I thank you very much for your patience. I know you all eagerly to leave this section, but we have a wonderful moderator. Nick, back to you. Thank you.
Dr. Lee, thank you, and thank you for everything the WHO has been doing here. I love that number, 80 countries, because I love tracking it. I remember the day after it was launched in Glasgow, it was at 14, and by the time I was answering calls from journalists, it was at 22. It was at 69. It was at 79 this morning. Is that right?
By the way, we don't mixture. Attach 80, but for the health declaration, 1, 2, 3. But today we receive another one, so it's growing. So we hope all the member states will join in. Very exciting momentum, but implementation is the key.
Thank you very much, David. I'm going to hand over to you. You have almost the last word, just so everyone knows. David is up next. Then we have 3 seconds of a closing wrap-up from Madam Minister here in the front. David, this is an Australian saying this. The UK genuinely is quite impressive in the work that it does. I don't say that lightly. Talk to us a little bit about the white paper that has just come out, the links between extreme poverty, climate change. You've got the floor, mate.
Sure, yeah. Can you hear me? Is this...
Not yet. Do we have a different microphone? Would you like to come up here?
Is this one better? Yeah. So I had a 45-minute speech prepared. Is that okay? No, look, very quickly. Yeah, so you're right. So the UK is, we've tried to put a lot of effort into this. We launched climate launched global health on the climate change agenda in Glasgow at COP26, and we launched ATTACH with WHO, and it's great that it's hit 80. And I agree, the climate crisis is a global health crisis. The two things are synonymous with each other, and you see it from the spread of malaria, which I think Global Fund says is 10% up this year, the impact of heat, the deaths from air pollution, et cetera, et cetera. So we all know the reasons for it. I mean, I think UNITAID it was great to see the report. That was really good. Very much look forward to working with you on incorporating climate in UNITAID's work moving forward. And I think it will be really important to have a good coherence and coordination between all the various global funds and initiatives, global funds with small g and small f, in terms of coordinating the climate work so that these are complementary. So it's a really important agenda. I think Dr. Tedros has said that it's the biggest threat to human health at the moment. It's great to have 124 countries signed up, but we now need to move forward on the financing arrangements and the funding arrangements to ensure that the support is there for lower and middle income countries who need to adapt their healthcare services in order to deal with the extra pressures that climate change will place upon them. So thanks for this agenda, thanks for the invite, and very keen to continue to work with UNITAID and everyone else as we move forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We started 10 minutes late. We've got 5 minutes to go. Stay with us. Marisol, Madam Minister, Thierry, and I think Papa Sek, are you coming up onto the stage for the signing of the declaration? Is that right? Please come up, and thank you very, very much to our second panel. Who would like to introduce this next segment? Thierry, would you like to, or Madam Minister?
Only 1 minute.
Fine.
That's okay?
Yes.
Yes.
It's your pavilion.
Le changement climatique nous oblige.
Climate change makes it mandatory for us to act. It is urgent. It's an emergency. I'm happy to see France being a bit of a driver, and I'm happy to see that there are more and more of us, not only signing, but expressing a real will to act, to work. You've heard the minister from Malawi. I think it is important to do it. It's important to work together. That's what sticks us together. Thanks to all of you for joining us, and let's make this first Health Day during COP28 be one of many others, and let's have our actions and our words bring tangible, positive results. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mrs. Minister. We are extremely happy to sign this declaration, this Prezzo declaration on behalf of the Republic of Senegal. I'm also advisor in charge of animal health in Senegal. Senegal is a member to Prezzo, and our country is extremely happy to sign the declaration. Thank you for being with us here today. Thank you. I would like to announce the signature. This is a step that is made by Gabon as well, by Cambodia, by Zambia. Zambia has signed yesterday, or they're about to sign today, but it's either done or upcoming. One Health Engaging Communities. Marisol Touraine is about to sign it on behalf of UNITAID, as I am, on behalf of Prezzo. Thank you very much.
Has all of the signing occurred? Yeah. In which case, thank you very, very much. You've been a fantastic audience. And thank you again to our speakers.
Thank you, moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, enjoy your moderation.
Yeah.
prepare for my opening remark. Now, and the panel members are changing everything. Oh, sorry, but I hope I change it for you. It's good. Yeah, yeah. I totally change. I'm writing while I'm listening.
I'm impressed. To start, I have no title to speak first. Pascal should do it, but I will be very, very short. I will just welcome you. Thank you for being with us. And I will remind you that there will be 2 sessions of this side event in the French pavilion, and I thank the French pavilion to host us. There will be 2 sessions, one organized by the Task Force on Carbon Pricing in Europe, which I chair, and the second one is a think tank on the wording, the exact wording of your think tank, Pascal. You are the chairman.
The Climate Overshoot Commission.
Climate Overshoot Commission. Overshoot. I had the... Okay, Climate Overshoot Commission, exactly, which will present the report they wrote. Okay, now we start with Dora Benedek, who, as you saw, is from the IMF, and she is working extensively with the people of the division, the fiscal division of the IMF, on climate change. So I give her the floor immediately. Dora.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I'm from the Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF. I'm the Division Chief for the Climate Policy Division. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. And it's also a great honor to do the introductory presentation for this interesting discussion. I'm actually going to talk about a recent report that we published, which takes stock of climate mitigation ambition and implementation. And I thought I would show you some of the key findings from this paper. So next slide, please. Okay, so I think in this room there is no need to say, but we have actually a big mountain to descend ahead of us. As you know, limiting global warming to 2 Celsius to 1.5 Celsius requires cutting global CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gases by 25 to 50% below 2019 levels at the end of this decade. That will need to be followed by a rapid decline to net zero emissions near the middle of this century. So we really have a big challenge ahead of us. However, the current country targets actually fall short of this ambition. In the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, we only see about an 11% reduction by 2030. And that's just the commitments, not the actual implemented policies. So the original idea under the Paris Agreement was that countries would, and they are supposed to increase their ambitions over time. And indeed, that is what we need to see here. So we need to see more ambitious NDCs and strong mitigation policies to achieve the targets that we have. Next slide, please. So in terms of emissions targets, there has been some progress, some increase since the Paris Agreement. One way to estimate this, thank you. So I use this. One way to estimate it is to convert the NDCs to 2030 targets and then compare that to the targets under business as usual. So what would have happened without the NDCs? As you can see here, high-income countries have actually more than quadrupled, so increased their mitigation ambitions 4 times from 6% cut relative to business as usual to about 28%. Upper middle-income countries about doubled their ambitions from 5 to 11%, and low-income and low- and middle-income countries retained about the same targets relative to where we were at the time of Paris Agreement. So this is great. We have seen some increase, but this is not going to be enough to get us to 2C, let alone 1.5C. When you look at the right-hand side, what you see is that we compare country ambitions with per capita incomes. And so we see that there is a somewhat weak relationship, but some of the major emitters are actually lagging behind where we would want them to be relative to their emissions. Now, focusing on the major emitters, but looking now at the emissions per capita, what we see is relatively the same pattern. So major emitting middle-income countries are not especially ambitious based on our analysis. You see the cumulative population on the x-axis, and you see the per capita emissions on the y-axis, with the area of the squares being the total emissions. So in 2030, the dark shaded areas indicate that major emitting countries like China are expected to have actually higher per capita emissions than the EU, Japan, or some other high-income countries, except for the US. Also for India and Indonesia, they are expected to grow their emissions per capita moderately by 2030. So the good news is that carbon pricing is proliferating, but the bad news is that the coverage and the prices remain below what we would need to see. There are now about 70 carbon pricing schemes across close to 50 countries. And the number of additional mechanisms that are being considered are growing. So you see a few countries in Asia and Africa that are considering to introduce similar schemes. Now, the schemes that we currently have in place, they cover about 23% of global emissions, which is an increase compared to previous years. But the average price across these schemes is only about $20 per ton of CO2 emissions. Now, if you average this over the total global emissions, you get the price, the average price, about only $5 per ton on CO2 emissions. You need to compare this to where we would want to be, where we would need to be, which in our estimate is $85 per ton of CO2 emissions to get on track for 2C. 1.5 would actually require even further. So you compare the average price of $5 to $85 that we would need to see. I think it's also worth looking at the fossil fuel subsidies that actually remain really large and have grown over the last 2 years, which I think is really bad news. Globally, total fossil fuel subsidies in our estimates amounted to $7 trillion in 2022, which is equivalent to about 7% of global GDP. Now, if you look at explicit subsidies, which is the specific undercharging for supply costs, so the explicit subsidies account for about 18% of this total subsidies. And the implicit subsidies, which is the undercharging for environmental costs, for environmental damage, and the revenues forgone, that account for 82%. The explicit subsidies, which is the cash subsidies that we're paying out from budgets, more than doubled from $500 billion in 2020 to $1.3 billion in 2022. This is a result of price support measures that blunted the pass-through of higher international energy prices to households and firms. And actually, as we look ahead, we still expect fossil fuel subsidies to increase in future years without corrective government policies. So another measure that we look at is the effective carbon price. So this actually includes all measures, including fuel excises and renewable subsidies, into a measure of carbon pricing. Even if we look at this really comprehensive measure, we see that mitigation incentives remain really low and skewed. When we add taxes commonly applied to road fuels, we still find that only about 20% of global CO2 emissions have a high price, what we call a price above $60 per ton. It's still about 40% of total emissions that are priced at less than $10 per ton, so effectively not priced or priced at very low levels. But the really bad news is that explicit subsidies, as a result of explicit subsidies, we have about 10% of global emissions that have a negative price. So instead of providing incentives to reduce emissions, we actually subsidize emissions. So we provide incentives to increase emissions. If you look at the other slides, you see the effective carbon price has risen only slightly since 2010. It was around $23 in 2010. Now it's around $30 per ton. And you need to compare this to the $85 per ton that we estimate would be needed to get on track to climate ambitions. Now, at the IMF, we propose that countries raise their climate ambitions in an equitable way, which means that the ambitions should be proportionate to their income groups or their per capita income. So high-income countries should be more ambitious, and lower-income countries can have somewhat less ambitions. Here, what we see is countries' mitigation ambitions versus what we estimate would be a reasonable and fair for different temperature targets. So the green bars are the ones where we would want to see countries, and the yellow bars are where we actually see them. For constructing these ranges, we actually took a really wide literature review and averaged the results. These cover different approaches, so we try to be as comprehensive as possible in the way that we estimate these targets. As you can see, most countries are below what we estimate would be needed for the 2C target, and no major emitting countries in the green range that we would want to see for 1.5. Now, what we need is we need to see countries being raised to the green range to get them to get near-term emissions on track. So if we were to able to get the ambitions up, that would mean that major emitters are meeting the 2030 targets that is required. What you also see, though, is that upper middle-income countries are the ones that are furthest from where we would want to see them, even if you compare them to high-income countries, but also if you compare them to low and lower middle-income countries. So what we show here is what would happen if we were able to get countries to the green ranges that I just showed. I think here the main message is that even if countries were increasing their ambitions in this equitable way, we would still allow some convergence between the emissions. So low-income countries would reduce emissions less than higher-income countries. So that's why we call this proposal equitable. And that's true for all scenarios, for 2C, 1.8, and also for 1.5. And then the final chart I wanted to show you was related to the fiscal impact and the welfare impact of proposed policies. So if we assume that countries were able to achieve these targets using a carbon price, which we believe is the most efficient instrument, that also includes fossil fuel subsidy reform, then here you will see the net effect on fiscal revenues and welfare. So under the 2C scenario, all major emitting countries would be able to raise revenues in the net terms. And in terms of welfare, the abatement cost for all countries would be moderate at or below 0.5% of GDP. And I think a really important consideration to add is the local environmental co-benefits, most importantly the reductions in health damages. So if you were able to reduce emissions, then local air pollution would be reduced. That would have a really beneficial impact on human health. And so this, in many countries, would actually offset most or all of the costs that would be implied by the carbon pricing. So this means that in countries like China or India and several others developing countries, to achieve the targets that would be required for climate ambitions, they would actually increase domestic welfare even before considering the climate benefits. So with this, let me just really quickly sum up. So we think the Paris Agreement is actually making progress on climate mitigation, but global ambition and implementation fall short of what is needed to achieve the climate targets. Ambitions have increased moderately, mostly in high-income countries. To get ambitions on track, countries should really revise the NDCs to be aligned with the Paris Agreement and setting new targets for 2030. And we think these targets should be differentiated by per capita income. And then to get policy implementation on track, countries should implement the policies that are needed for the Paris Agreement. But we also think that scaling up and reinforcing international cooperation and coordination would make a big difference. And so this is also an area that we look at the IMF. Thank you very much. I take the seat.
So, Dora, thank you. Thank you first for your excellent presentation. Your presentation, in fact, Dora, is showing the gravity of the situation. I would like just to show a picture which was published in the Financial Times a few days ago on the Amazon. On the Amazon, you will see. This is the Amazon today. It was in the Financial Times about 2 weeks ago. And I will thank you also, dear Dora, because you put the price of carbon at the center of your analysis. The IMF is putting the price of carbon at the center of the analysis. And you use the concept of effective carbon price, which is very clear, which everybody can understand. And your model shows that starting from an effective price globally of about, I looked about 30 euro per ton, something like that. We need an increase of, I give your figure, of 95%, 85 euro dollars per ton by 2030 to achieve not 1.5 degrees but 2 degrees. You realize the gap, tremendous gap that is missing. And thank you for telling that with the authority of the IMF. Obviously, carbon pricing is the most efficient tool, but very difficult to implement to fight global warming. To explain that, I will go to basic economics. Very simple, but global warming is an economic problem in the first place. So we have to speak like economists. And first, what an economist would say is to get rid of carbon, we have to put a cost on it, and the higher the cost, the greater the incentive for reducing or even stopping its emissions. That seems simple, but that is not as simple as that. Can we say that it is sufficient to set a price to carbon which is high enough to decarbonize the planet? On this point, I would like to make 3 observations. First, the price of carbon has to be significant. You say it, but before you, in their famous report, Joe Stiglitz and Nick Stern have given price of carbon globally of $40 to $80 in 2020 and $50 to $100 in 2030. We are far, far, far from these figures and far from the figures you gave. Second, its impact, the price of carbon, significantly varies according to the target to reach. Should we want to reduce carbon emissions from cars or trucks, the price of carbon should be rather high, while impact would remain disappointing. Better to use other means of producing, such as promoting electric vehicles. Whereas for coal-fired plants, which is one of the major, if not the major, origin of carbon emission in the world, China, through its 2,000 or 3,000 coal-fired plants, emit 4.5 billion tons a year. For the first source of emissions of carbon in the world. So, for coal-fired plants, you have a very higher rate of substitution, at least in the long run, because there are other means to produce electricity, not only renewables, but gas-powered plants, which emit half less carbon. That's my second observation. And the third one, which probably is the most troubling. Demand, we all know that, economists all know that, and it's life that teaches us that. Demand is much less elastic in the short run than in the long run. So if we suddenly raise the price of carbon for a limited period of time, there will be hardly any change in the customers' habits or firms' mode of production. In fact, this increase will raise the end-user goods price and producers' cost of production, and it might, unfortunately, even induce a negative social reaction. We had that in France. Everybody in the world knows that. So I should say that the substitution effect, which is positive in the case of an increasing of the price of carbon, is offset, it's weak, and it is largely offset by the income effect, which is negative, because you reduce the purchasing power of the people when you increase brutally the price of carbon. So that's a big problem. And this explains why it is not popular. The price of carbon pricing is not popular. Government, I've been in government, I know I know a little bit about that. It's complicated to go against the public, explain that to the people. It's difficult to explain that we have to think long term because this is the way to solve the problem. So, because if the increase is lasting over a long period of time, and if the firms at the origin of the emissions are in a competitive environment, they are not forming a cartel, which is the case, unfortunately, for oil and gas, as we all know, and they are convinced that this carbon price will remain high for a long period, then they have an incentive to make the investment necessary to phase out carbon, assuming naturally that by making this investment, they obtain the net gains thanks to their economies on their lack of carbon emissions, which implies that the price of carbon has increased at the relevant level. And I come back to what you were saying, Dora. This analysis is at the origin of the creation of the tax law on carbon pricing in Europe 5 years ago. I realized that there was a flaw in the functioning of the European emissions trading scheme, which was launched in 2005 with a price of carbon of around 30 euro per ton. With the great financial crisis, it lost nearly 90% of its value and remained very low during nearly a decade. We in Europe lost the opportunity during all this period of using the price of carbon as an incentive to decarbonize. Then, with the launch of the by the European Commission of the so-called Green Deal, the price of carbon started to rise. It went up to 100 euro per ton, and is today, unfortunately, it went down to 72 euro per ton. And I do think that it must not fall lower. That would be a very bad signal. European authorities, which hopefully now consider the price of carbon as an important signal, should publicly, and this is what I am saying at the task force, very forcefully to the people in the European Commission, they should publicly release the long-run floor to the price of carbon in the European ETS. Because it's a signal very important for hydrogen, for everything. That is extremely important, and it doesn't cost a lot. Because if they say that the price of carbon will not be lower than 100 euro per ton in 2030, everybody will believe them because they have the power to do that, because they have the control of the market. There is a last dimension which deserves attention, which concerns competition in international markets. True enough, a country implementing a carbon market with a high price will suffer carbon leakage. And I think that Adair will speak about that in a moment. Carbon pricing might not only be a handicap to its export, but also risk leading companies emitting carbon leaving its soil. We must not underestimate this issue, which one is the explanation why many countries hesitate to put in place this device. The CBAM, the European Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which is currently launched in an experimental mode this year, and will start being effective in 2 years, in 2026, is often considered as a protectionist device for firms which have to bear one of the highest prices of carbon in the world. But the truth is that CBAM is a mean to incite other countries to adopt the equivalent device to the European ETS on the sectors concerned: cement, iron, steel, aluminium, fertilizers, electricity, hydrogen. Assuming that all countries would do so, then that is an assumption, which a dream, but or a pure theory. No foreign firms from these sectors would have to pay the European CBAM when they export their products to the European Union. At the end of the day, we would have a single global price of carbon adjusted to the European one. Obviously, things are not as simple as that, but it is important to note that Mrs. Nosy Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the WTO, a body promoting free trade, has been pledging as early as in October 2021 for a global price of carbon. And she raises two arguments: the virtue of carbon pricing to fight global warming and the existing fragmentation of 60, she says 60, you say 70, different carbon pricing schemes which create international distortion. The IMF, as we saw, listening to Doha, is on the same line. And the debate is now open. Some developing countries argue that such global scheme would be contrary to their interests. We could reverse the argument. It's obvious that the wealthiest countries are responsible for 70% of carbon existing in the atmosphere, but presently the developing countries, due to the increasing needs in energy, represent most of the increase in carbon emissions, and their part will rise over time. A global carbon price could bring a major contribution to the funding by wealthy countries of the clean energy infrastructure of developing countries, if we used most of its proceeds to this effect. And I think it would be their interest, but also our interest. A very ambitious objective, certainly, but we are all aware that we are facing a very dangerous, systemic, long-term crisis. Systemic. The crisis in which we are is systemic. And unfortunately, it is pervasive. It is slow. There are ups and downs. But it is systemic. And it goes in the same direction over time, and the bad direction. So the debate is open. It has to go beyond the price of carbon because we need to complement carbon pricing with global regulations. The clock is ticking, and I think that it is due time to see whether we will be up to the task, which in my view is to go through the creation of a global climate organization. Thank you for your attention. Adair.
Well, thank you, Edmond, and I'm going to actually reinforce a lot of what Edmond had said, because I want to talk about what I think is a really vital next step in achieving further progress beyond what Dora said on the limited progress that we've made post the Paris commitment. And I'm going to argue that we are now at a stage where we have got to argue seriously for a wider and ideally a global carbon price. And I think what's interesting about this is 15 years or so ago, there was a lot of theoretical discussion of a carbon price because anybody who is a trained economist ends up arguing for a carbon price. We then moved to a period where people thought, well, maybe we don't need a carbon price. Maybe financial commitments to be net zero can take us to net zero, or individual voluntary commitments to grow green products, to buy green products can take us to net zero. But I think we have to understand that we will not get to net zero without a carbon price or regulation which has the equivalent of a carbon price. The starting point for understanding that is to understand that across the different technologies, we have a mix of their economic position. Some of them, the new zero carbon technology will be cheaper than the old. Some of them, they will not be, and they never will be cheaper than the old high carbon technology. We have two technologies in particular which I think have now, over the last 5 years, gone beyond tipping points where further progress is absolutely certain to occur. One of those is solar PV. The cost reductions on solar PV are extraordinary. Actually, it's interesting to look all the way back to 1970. Solar panels in 1970 cost $100 per watt of power. That is now 12 cents per watt of power. That is a 99.875% reduction. It's not a 50% reduction, not a 90% reduction, not a 99% reduction. It is a 99.875% reduction. And in fact, there's about a 45% reduction occurred this year. Since January this year, the cost of solar panels has come down from about 20 cents a watt to 12.5 cents a watt, the latest of what you can buy out of the Chinese manufacturing base. As a result, across the world, solar PV is the cheapest way to produce electricity, and in many places it is becoming the cheapest way to produce even firm electricity, i.e. electricity delivered throughout the year. You are now seeing in India what are called round-the-clock renewables auctions being won at 4 cents per kilowatt hour to commit to deliver electricity 80% of all the hours in the year, and in some cases 80% of every month in the year. And at that stage, that undercuts coal, and it doesn't even need a carbon price any longer. It is there. The other technology which I think is now absolutely unstoppable is electrification of road transport. We are seeing dramatic reductions in the cost over the long term of batteries. There's been a slight uptick over the last year or so as a result of the increase in mineral costs, but it will continue into the future. It will resume and continue into the future. And we are seeing a step up of electric vehicle purchase, which is now reaching in China over 30% of all passenger cars are electric. And there's something about electric as well, which is it's a better product. Everybody who drives an electric car never ever wants to drive an internal combustion engine car as well. Indeed, I was talking last night to the chief executive of a major cement company who is now buying from Volvo Trucks machinery, diggers and what are they called? The things you shift your cement around, the haulage trucks in your aggregate plants, etc. And they are beginning to electrify, and they're getting to the stage where the people who've started driving the electric machinery are basically saying, I never want again to take one which is an internal combustion engine, because if I do, the thing is shaking all the time and it's noisy and it's just a much less pleasant experience. So two technologies, solar PV, batteries and electric vehicles, it's unstoppable. The internal combustion engine is dead. We just haven't buried it yet. We've also made huge progress over the last 5 years in what we used to call hard-to-abate sectors of the economy. Steel, cement, chemicals, aviation, shipping. Let's take shipping. 5 years ago, very few people thought that you could get shipping to net zero in itself. Most shipping companies, when you ask them what they should do about getting to net zero, would say, well, I'll buy a whole load of reforestation credits. But this year in July, the International Maritime Organization committed to get to net zero, and companies like Maersk are making it clear that that means buying container ships which run on methanol or on ammonia. It is absolutely doable, and it is technologically possible. As for steel, I remember being in Japan 5 years ago and being told by one of the major Japanese steel companies that there was this interesting technology called hydrogen direct reduction, that they'd work away at it through the 2030s and 40s, maybe 2045 they'd start to deploy it commercially, and they'd get it done by 2100. But this is 100 grams of zero carbon steel, made at the SSAB pilot plant in Luleå in northern Sweden. I could also bring out of my bag the equivalent made in HBIS plants in Hebei province in northeast China, which I visited just 6 weeks away. We are going to see a revolution in a shift to hydrogen direct reduction, and we are seeing it far, far faster than anybody thought possible. So there's the good news. Across every one of these hard-to-abate sectors of the economy, we know the technologies that can get us to net zero, and the cost for the global economy is very small and presumably covered within the relatively small figures for the cost of mitigation which Dora showed us. But it's not costless. And at the level of the business-to-business intermediate product, as against the end consumer product, the additional green cost premium is significant. Producing this today will cost maybe $150 or $200 per ton more than producing it using coking coal in a blast furnace. We may get that cost premium down to zero if we can get the cost of hydrogen down to about $1.50 a kilogram. But it's going to, and we probably can do that in the long term, but there is going to be a green cost premium, I think, for a couple of decades. As for shipping, I think there will always be a green cost premium. I think we will never be able to make ammonia or methanol to burn in our ship engines at a cheaper rate than what we would get from heavy fuel oil, which is the cheap, nasty end of a barrel of oil. So we face these green cost premiums, and we have to realize that they're not going to go away, and they're not going to go away simply by people making net zero commitments. Because if you make a net zero commitment and you're a container shipping company and you put it over to methanol or ammonia and your competitors don't, you will be a zero carbon emissions company because you've gone out of business, because you're a zero shipping company. Again, there is a role for voluntary commitments, for persuading the automotive companies of the world to buy green steel, even if it's a cost premium, so that they can turn around to their consumers and say, this car was made with green steel. And that's very valuable, and that's what the whole of the First Movers Alliance is about. But it's never going to be sufficient. That will never drive us all the way towards decarbonisation. And that is why we will have to have either mandates, regulations, such as the European rule on sustainable aviation fuel, which requires that gradually over time the percentage of the fuel burn of aviation is sustainable rather than conventional fossil fuel, or we will have to have carbon prices. It is as simple as that. If we believe that we will get there by voluntary net zero commitments, by voluntary buying commitments, or by technological progress so powerful that it makes the cost premium go away, we are deluding ourselves. We will need something to bridge that green cost premium. And the most obvious one is, of course, a carbon price. By the early 2030s, the European Union will have a serious carbon price. And what I mean by that is both one which is quite high in terms of euros per tonne and applies to everybody, because we are going to remove the free allowances which have been previously applied to the cement sector, the steel sector, the petrochemical sector. And if Europe were the only world, that would give me huge confidence that European steel and cement and petrochemicals would seize the technological possibilities and be fully decarbonised by 2050. But because Europe is not the whole world, there is, again, a danger that Europe has that regime, but that all it does is shift production to another part of the world. And that is the logic of the CBAM, the Border Carbon Adjustment. And as Edmund has said, this is not protectionist. All it is trying to do is establish a level playing field between the price of carbon that exists on your domestic production and on your imported production. And it is not a form of tariff or tax designed to increase tax revenue. Indeed, the ideal objective of the European Union in the CBAM is never to raise a penny from it at all, or a cent from it at all, because the ideal response is that China and India and the US and Turkey and Russia also impose a carbon price, and as a result, there are no tariffs at the border. By the way, I think we might usefully make that obvious to the world, and in particular to the developing world, by taking all the revenue that we do get from that border carbon adjustment and devoting it uniquely to helping lower income countries, not upper middle, but lower income countries with the finance they need to drive renewable development in those countries. And I think that would be a very powerful signal to the world of what the intent of this CBAM is and would help play a role in getting political support. But I also think it's very important that we win the argument, and win the argument above all with one country, which is China, in order to get the response that we want. Both Edmund and I have recently been in discussions with Chinese policymakers where we have been presenting the case for a border carbon adjustment. And I remember one of them where we presented it, and there was also somebody from the European Commission who presented it, and we put the argument forward and we argued why it wasn't protectionist but was necessary. And one of our Chinese interlocutors, quite a senior level, said, given what they are saying, our response should be to widen our carbon market and to increase the price. At which stage our response was, hallelujah, that is what we want, and that will enable us together to drive towards a zero carbon economy. We're not going to get there without something like that. You could do a regulatory approach. You could try and get a EU-China joint agreement that by 2035 none of us will accept anything other than green steel being sold or produced in our individual countries. You can sometimes do stuff by regulation, but a carbon price with border carbon adjustments as incentives for the rest of the world to follow are an obviously way forward. And indeed, one of the most obvious things we should do is in shipping. President Ruto of Kenya in September called for a global carbon price on shipping, with the proceeds devoted to green economic development in the lower income countries. And I believe the President de la République, Emmanuel Macron, has argued for exactly the same policy. To me, a global carbon price on shipping devoted to economic support for green development in lower income countries is just such an obvious win-win for everybody that we should be arguing for its introduction as soon as possible. So my argument is very similar to Edmund's, but I simply want to make the point we need to understand that we have these different technologies. Some technologies are going to go through tipping points where they become so cheap that we no longer need regulation and carbon pricing. Some are not going to get there, and therefore we will need carbon pricing and regulation, and we need to win this argument as soon as possible, because otherwise our progress towards decarbonisation will be far too slow to achieve the limits to climate change which we know we need to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm going to try to add a little bit on what has been said, but there's a lot already that has been said, a lot I agree with, and I quite like the idea that you just shared there about using the proceeds of the tax toward the low-income country. I'm just going to make a zoom on a topic that sometimes is a little bit overlooked, is the methane emissions. So you may have heard that this is something that is coming, to the top of the agenda for a few COPs now, which is good. It was time, because when you look at the methane emission, if you can move on to the next slide, please. If you look at the methane emissions overall, it has contributed roughly to 1/3 of the temperature rise that we are experiencing today. And the thing is that, thank you. And the thing is that the methane obviously has a lifetime in the atmosphere. For those of you who are not familiar with it, has a lifetime much shorter into the atmosphere than the CO2, approximately 12 years. So if you stop the flow of methane going into the atmosphere, you can reduce the stock very quickly. So it is one of the most efficient ways to address the climate challenge in the very short term. Of course, not the only solution, but it's a very powerful solution to look at. And the thing that is happening is that when you look at the different source of methane emissions, some are coming obviously from the agriculture in the West, but a significant portion of the methane emission are coming from the energy sector, and particularly from the oil and gas. And this is also the place where the abatement potential, the cost to abate, is the much lower. And so you may have heard that yesterday evening, Dr. Sultan managed to get together 50 companies notably the companies that are coming from the developing world and national companies, so from Nigeria, Angola, Azerbaijan, companies from the oil and gas sector that have never checked in on climate change, managed to get them to sign up to a zero methane goal by 2030, which is obviously something that's going to contribute significantly to addressing the topic. So, looking at the methane, I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide, but it's quite, as everything in climate change, unfortunately, we are very late as well on addressing the methane challenge, and the window is closing quite quickly, but it's possible. It is very, very possible to address it, and I'm going to demonstrate it a little bit afterwards. Why it is possible? It's because there's been a significant increase in technology available to address the methane emissions. One thing that you may want to know is that to detect the methane is leakage, so you don't necessarily know exactly where it's happening. So basically what you have to do is to first detect where it's happening, and it happens that there's quite a number of satellites now that are used to detect the methane emissions and have the capacity to detect it at a very small detection threshold, and also being very precise. But you can also use drones or planes, and all of this has been scaled up in the last 5 years. And it's very cost efficient, because obviously the methane that you save is gas, and the gas you can sell it to the market. So it has an NPV that is extremely positive. And the idea is that we push the oil and gas industry to take action on this, because then what we believe is that the technology improvements that are going to happen will help as well other sectors to address their own methane emissions, such as agriculture, for instance. So one of the, I've described a little bit this, but one of the things that as well that we are pushing the industry towards, and maybe I'm going to move directly to that slide actually, is also to switch the mindset when it comes to methane emission and look at it as a way that you look at it for safety, for instance, or oil spills. So basically with a zero tolerance approach, and so we are pushing the industry to take action on this, and we are now getting roughly 100 signatories, which would represent 2 gigaton of CO2 per year. So it's twice all the planes in the sky, for instance, just to put things in order of magnitude. And with this, I'm going to stop here and pass on the floor to Pascal, I believe.
Thanks very much for this generosity. But sharing time is sharing a lot. The transition between the first part and the second part is in a way very simple. What we've heard so far is that mitigation is a priority, and that carbon pricing, whatever way you do it, is the priority for fulfilling the priority of mitigation. The second part of this session will move to a larger scope, which is the one we have used for the Climate Overshoot Commission, which was created by the Paris Peace Forum 2 years ago, which I still have the privilege to chair, and which is devoted to not just mitigation, but also adaptation, carbon removal, and even some methods of geoengineering in order to look at the full scope of possible options. And I said to re-look at the full scope of the possible options, given where we are on the trajectory to 1.5, which, let's put it diplomatically, we know is more unlikely day by day. So that was the purpose of the Commission, its mandate: revisit all the options, and please do it together, not in a clustered way. We compose the Commission of with various criteria in mind. The first one, we wanted experienced people, some of which are old, not those, by the way, who will be speaking tonight with you. Second, we wanted people who were independent, had not to report anybody to sign a rather ambitious report and work. Third, we wanted people coming from various continents, 5 continents. And fourth, we wanted a proper balance of experience from government, from NGOs, from science. And fifth, we wanted a proper north-south balance, which is why I intentionally composed the Commission with a majority of people coming from the south. And this is probably the criteria that most influence the conversation in the group, because a conversation about climate is different whether or not you speak to a majority of people from the south, who are the ones, by the way, who will be the most affected by climate change. And finally, and I'm adding this little appendix, we included in our work a youth group, not as members of the Commission, so they did not have to discuss the whole report, nor to sign it, but they participated in our discussions. And for those of you who are working on this sort of topic, my advice is you should try it. Beware that it's tough, because these young people have no precaution for telling you you get it wrong, but it was very, very instructive. Now, that's for the introduction. As I said, we looked and re-looked at all the options. The main conclusion of the report is that we have to keep the priority emissions first, then adaptation, then removal, then geoengineering, hence what we call our CARE agenda, C-A-R-E, C before A, before R, before E. That's the sort of big slogan. We have devised quite a large number of new proposals, and I'll now give the floor to explain a bit of that to 3 members of the Commission. On my right, Hina Kar from Pakistan. On my left, Agnès Kalibata from Rwanda, and more generally from Africa. Given your present responsibilities, Agnès. In the meantime, I'll give the floor to Laurence Tubiana, who will give us a video message. Then we will open the floor, and then I will ask Agnès to conclude. We have roughly a bit less than 1 hour ahead of us, but I know enough, Hina, Agnès, and Laurence, to know that they can be short, so that we leave a bit of time to questions and answers. And let me finish in saying that the sample of today, Agnès, a little bit for the chair. Agnès, Hina, and Laurence are not exactly representative of the gender balance of the Commission, who was properly balanced. It happens that it's not exactly balanced tonight, but after all, sometimes it's a good thing, even if it's a coincidence. So I'll now give the floor to Hina, then we will listen to Laurence, then we will have an exchange of views, and then Agnès, with wisdom, will conclude. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pascal, and thank you to everyone who's here. So, by the way, this gender imbalance has been a continuing theme of the post-release meetings. So I just want to put it on record. It is not very unusual. It is becoming quite usual. Now, what I'm going to try and do is really in the next 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes, quickly go over why this commission, and what was different about this commission, because climate debate, what needs to be done is not rocket science. I think there's immense evidence, certainly emerging from countries like mine, in floods, which were clearly a climate event, affected 33 million people. There's enough evidence to know things need to be done. What is keeping us from doing it? So I think what was really unique about this commission, and therefore I was very, very happy to join in, and even prouder to be part of the process as we were doing it, and even happier when the report came out, was because we put on one hat and remained committed to only one thing, which was logic and reason. We took away our national hats, our gender hats, our historical hats, regional hats, our G77 plus China or developed country, etc. And we said, whatever is logical, whatever is reasonable, we will, as a commission, I think we were all able to agree on that, and then also to espouse that in our as we went. So I think that was really what was unique. And we all know that whereas we know what could have been done was very easy, just cut emissions, that moment has passed when you could only just do one thing. A few decades back, if emissions were cut at the speed that they were meant to be cut, we would probably not be in a complex situation that we are today. But today, you need to look at a whole plethora of, or at least if not a plethora, a variety of options to be explored and exploited and engaged together. So this whole divide of if, but what about the other one, but are you, and therefore I want to also just specifically spend a little bit of time on what are we recommending. We are recommending that you cannot choose. One will not precede the other, that you need to go on all of that together. Perhaps the pace may be different, but the requirement, there is not just cut emissions which will work, or just adapt which will work, or just use, deploy new innovative, novel technologies such as SRM, which has huge sort of, concerns about some of the unintended consequences of that. That is not this or that, it's everything. And then using logic and reason, as I said, on each we took a position. And I'm very, very happy with the positions that we took. And just to perhaps give you a snapshot of it, because anyone who's really interested should be able to, if not read the whole report, just read this, summary. Okay, because every time I read it, I get impressed with the work that we've done, re-impressed. And so cutting emissions is obviously something that needs to be done, but I think what is unique about the logic and reason that we have deployed, and fairness, and I think that's another theme, fairness, that those who have emitted more need to cut more. Okay, so differentiated responsibility in some ways. We haven't called it that because perhaps, but there has to be a level of fairness attached to that, because those, we saw this graph over here which said that the least developed countries are the least likely to come up with even nationally determined commitments and adopt them, which is going to bring their emission levels down. There's a reason for it, because they have to choose between feeding their people and doing basic development and doing adaptation. So let's be logical and reasonable and see that yes, it cannot be the same for every country. It cannot be the same for those countries which have $40,000 per annum income levels for the majority of population, and those which have $500, or I'm just trying to drive home a point and therefore being a bit, but we have to be logical and reasonable and fair about the recommendations that we give. Then, as I said, not getting caught up in but, what ifs, etc. We have said cutting emissions is important, but then also adaptation. And adaptation, yes, Pascal was good enough to forward me. I just arrived this morning. What has emerged in the last 2 days. And on the adaptation fund, which we know the requirement annual is for adaptation, $300 billion, there is a $17 million commitment by Switzerland. This is where we are. Adaptation for countries like developing countries is not a luxury that they can choose or not to choose and choose over development. It's a need, it's a requirement. If the resources are not going to be there, it is not going to happen, and then, irresponsible development will continue, and then we will first use funds, World Bank funds, Bretton Woods institutions funds to develop, and then use more funds to adapt, so to speak. Then we talk about exploring, removing CO2, which is obviously a requirement, will have to be done, because we are nowhere close to meeting, forget 1.5, even 2.0, as has been shown repeatedly. And there are, again, we look at some interesting ways to be able to do it. And then what was really a difficult point and a controversial one, and will continue to be a controversial one, SRM, right? And on that also, I'm very pleased to say that logic and reason prevailed. And we said that, look, our general assessment is that it's not whether we will be in overshoot, at least I can say this, the Commission hasn't said it, I can say it. I don't think it's a matter of whether we will be in the overshoot moment. I think all evidence tells you that you're already train wreck speed into an overshoot moment, right? Now, if you're there, yes, there is technology which is very, very scary, and that technology has unintended consequences. I remember one of the first meetings, I actually made comparisons with the Afghanistan and Iraq interventions and the unintended consequences of that. As a geopolitical person, I looked at this technology as pretty much like that. Yes, there are very scary unintended consequences. But if you're going to be at a moment where you will need to deploy something or the other, would you rather not know more about those scary consequences and whether the scary consequences of the temperature rising are more scary than the scary unintended consequences? Therefore, we said complete moratorium on transboundary, etc., but more research to be done and the governance structures to be looked at and to be negotiated and to start. So I think the moment for can we haggle more, can we negotiate more, can we hold on to our positions must end. And I'm just going to end this by saying that to me, as a woman, as someone who comes from a country which is developing called, but very little, sometimes less developed in certain parts, right? Where large number of people still require basic needs to be met. I do want to say that I'm appalled, overwhelmed, and ashamed, because I consider myself also a global citizen. When I look at countries talking about how they have, how they have a feminist foreign policy and how they have a this foreign policy, giving these fancy names to it, right? But when it comes to questions which affect women disproportionately, such as climate, such as the loss and damage fund, etc., those countries' positions do not change. But how they name their policy changes. So I think we need to really just force ourselves out of this hiding behind positions because they are historically what had been taken because of the circumstances that were there. I think we all have to just go in and, as they say, smell the coffee, react, do what is necessary, try and make it fair, try and make it logical, try and make it reasonable.
Thanks, Sina. I think you gave a good summary of a few of the hottest discussions we've had during the deliberations of the Commission, which, as I said, took nearly 2 years of hard work. We will now listen to a short video by Laurence, another member of the Commission and well-known in the universe of COPs, because, as we all know, she was one of the main architects of the 2015 Paris COP that led to this 2/1.5 shooting range, hence the overshooting problem. So we will now listen to Laurence, then we will open the floor for question and answers on the first and on the second part of these presentations, and then Agnès will close. Up. There is Laurence. Bit more sound.
How do you think how to serve on the Climate Action Commission?
Can you hear?
So, and it's important because it's about the future and your children which will live in. So it's really important to have them and their contribution will really be essential. We know that we cannot sugarcoat the current situation. We are off track. Since Paris, we have made some progress, but really not enough. We are still not able to limit temperature to 1.5 degrees C and even 2 degrees C. So we have to accelerate action. And so that development text confirms that we are not on course to fulfill the Paris Agreement objectives. But we have agency and we know how to how we know how to get back on track. That was very clear on the merit order of all the proposals of the Commission. The priority, the top priority is to cut greenhouse gas emissions much more quickly. This means phasing out rapidly fossil fuel and expanding renewable capacity. This reduction should be differentiated. It's a very important point of this Commission, according needs and level of development. Strengthens accountability system to track public and private sector contribution is as well very important to fight against greenwashing. The IEA has shown that the transition to clean energy is now technologically feasible. But we need this political will, which is lacking now. And at this COP, we need an ambitious agreement on fossil fuel phase out. And phase out very soon on emission and phase out progressively and substituting by renewable energy. I think of course people, because they are anxious, are thinking about, is there not another solution, a silver bullet to solve the climate catastrophe, to prevent it? And I think we should be skeptical on those who push this silver bullet as an easy way out, because we should not be able to reduce emissions, so let's find a miracle. And one of us who have looked very seriously on beyond carbon removal and other technologies, we have looked at the solar plantation management. And we concluded that there are many unknown, but very evident consequences, how to, in a way, manage the termination shock. And there are many risks we don't know. And so that for at best, what we know already for SRL is it is a sticking plaster solution, meaning it doesn't resolve the problem of the emission reduction that we need to. And of course, this solar radiation management cannot provide for that solution at the end game. And at worst, it could have significant negative impact on biodiversity, water, weather patterns, agriculture, and ocean acidification, and even risk conflict. So it's really important that the government decide together that they put a moratorium on the global scale of deployment of SRM, think about research seriously, but then create a governance to discuss that, an international governance to discuss that. And I think we need an international dialogue where really every country and interests are represented, including the civil society, to war against a risk we still don't know exactly what they are. UNESCO has provided for examples some ethical principles that I think should be promoted and reached by all governments. So I think in this particular COP28, we should be focused on the main mission, cut emission dramatically by phasing out fossil fuel, phasing out emission very soon, phasing out fossil fuel in the near future. This is imperative, and the Commission was very clear. And in Paris 8 years ago, we committed to work together to build a better future. So we should recall that same period, turn the dream of post-fossil fuel society into reality. It's a decisive moment. So let's work together to do it. Again, be conscious about the risk of all this new technology, think about them, research them, but really prevent to rush for a solution that are not real solution. And at the same time, we need really to focus our attention. The merit order is clearly to reduce drastically emission before 2030. So good work, and thank you, and sorry not to be here with you.
Good. And as we know, Laurence speaks with experience. 3 short remarks before we move to the more interactive part. The first one is, again, the connection between the discussion on pricing carbon and the larger discussion. It's a very simple connection. Even if we would stop emitting tomorrow, which we will not do, but even if we would, then what's up there in the atmosphere will remain during 3-4 centuries. And if we stop emitting tomorrow, the level of global warming which we have today, which is around 1.2 or 1.3, will remain. And this is not sustainable. So we know that moving to adaptation or removal, or even in some circumstances, geoengineering, we will very likely have to do it. And on adaptation, we've known that. And we've gone through the debate that if we start talking about other options than mitigation, this will distract attention, and this may be pushed by those who have no interest in stopping mitigation. We've gone through that. Remember, 15 years ago, well, at least 10 years ago, about adaptation. And we now know that we have to move rapidly on adaptation. That's the first remark. The second one is, and this has been mentioned by Ina, we cannot avoid entering into the triangle between development, climate, and finance. There is no way a serious conversation, and Adair and Edmond know that full well, a serious conversation on how do we do that can avoid entering into this very complex issue, which is how do we find the necessary resources. And this is why we have devoted a whole chapter after looking at all the options to this issue, which remains unfortunately very much open. And last point, which has to do with the mandate of the Commission, and that relates to the Paris Peace Forum. One of the missions of the Paris Peace Forum is to explore zones of international global governance which have not yet been explored. So we work on the cleaning the low orbit of the Earth, we worked on protecting children on internet, and we thought at some stage we should have to work on solar radiation modification because of the existing risk that some countries unilaterally enter into experiments at a size which would be a risk for other countries, and the so national governance part of that, which is why we have proposed this moratorium on large, or let's say, experiments which are sufficiently large to be risky with the definition we give to this risky. Floor open now for questions on both sides of the presentation. And then Agnès, who's listening very carefully, will give us a summary of what we've had. Yes, yes, 2 questions, 3. Is there a, I know there's a mic, 4, 5, good. It's my mic that's used for that, fine.
Thank you. I want to use the first second to say thank you, Edmond. You're putting amazing people, amazing contents, and over the time we do progress, thanks to you. Thank you, Nina. It's a wonderful work. I'll raise 2 comments-questions that'll still be stick out of 2 two speaking points. 1 as an economist, 2 as a think tanker. I'm an economist at École Polytechnique, and I'm amazed to see the potential in the combination of approaches that were raised by Dora and Adair. In Dora's presentation, there was this very fine distribution that explains a lot on how you have such a large total spending in terms of subsidies, which can't be on all the fossil fuels because some have to be profitable and some must be very unprofitable. So we dream of having this refined distribution matched with the variety of economic solutions based on technology that Adair is bringing. I'm sure you have the breakup of those graph, which is plotted on cost. Yeah, I'm sure you have the breakup on technologies and practices, and I'm sure it's a daunting effort, but it looks promising. Sorry, it's a bit of a non-Sunday question. It's a bit, yeah. The second point is more from a think tanker side with a few people. We've started some 10 years ago a think tank which is now part of the climate change working group and climate finance working group of the G20. It's called the Bridge Tank. We do happen to have as well the majority of people originating from the global south. I appreciate your approach. So just a quick testimony and I'll end up with that. A year ago we were happy, thanks to Hakim Al-Haiti, to advise the then rotating presidency of the African Union, namely Macky Sall. We had this idea of trying to see what to trade, further commitment on coal, gas, whatnot, against more funding from the north. There we understood the level, the depth of the divide in trust. And we understood that countries, the majority of countries from Africa need A, to develop, B, given the means to fund another tool, another technology which Agnes might introduce, which is land restoration, intelligent agriculture, and through that, fixing a bit of CO2, but most importantly, doing adaptation. So this testimony, just to say one thing, that so far the position of the global south, and this definitely South Africa, southern sub-Saharan Africa, is we will produce more gas, this will fund our economy, with that we'll do what is good for our climate. We know this, our climate doesn't work, so I vouch for the idea that was given, that whatever is given, whatever is collected through the economic tools that we'll be having at the end for a fair transition absolutely needs to be transferred to the global south with a credible commitment, because trust has been damaged, to say the least. And thank you again.
Thank you very much. I think the case is very persuasive for a carbon tax, but I think the real problem lies in how to implement a carbon tax. So I was wondering if you could comment a little bit on the political economy of implementing a carbon tax. We see very few countries with the levels of carbon tax that you have estimated, $85, you said. Some have estimated other levels of carbon tax. It's very, very difficult. We learned from the Russia-Ukraine war how difficult it is and how governments react when they see pressures on prices and when they see consumers and families suffering hikes in energy prices. So what can we do to foster the implementation of carbon tax and make it politically acceptable?
Hi, thank you for the event. This is a question for Mrs. Benedek from the IMF. I don't know if the IMF is aware of the challenge launched by Canada, which is called the Global Carbon Pricing Challenge. And basically, they are inviting every country in the world to join them and implement carbon pricing, so the overall carbon price can go higher. And I was thinking it's a very interesting challenge and very important. And I didn't see the IMF nor the World Bank taking a position on this challenge, despite taking a very good position on carbon pricing. So yeah, just to ask if they were aware.
Sorry, we don't have time for more questions. We only have like 10 minutes. Sorry. We only have 10 minutes left. Like.
Thank you very much. I'm Oksana Tarasso. I work in World Meteorological Organization. I am the physicist. So it's nice to talk to economists. I have 5 points. I will just read my 5 points. Yeah, very brief. The question is about the divided responsibilities. You can see global stocktake. It is all about responsibilities. We are discussing it for 20 years. Who is guilty? CO2 is growing. Number two, carbon dioxide removal. You talk about technology. It's been promising to do something for the last 20 years. Did nothing. 0.01 gigaton CO2 on technological removal. It's not there. It's not at scale. Number three, Number three, that we spoke about the role of different options. One is energy transition. There was a emission gap report produced by UNEP, which actually says that we want to move to renewables. Renewables in developing world is order of magnitude more expensive than in developed world. There is a lobbying of whatever, traditional energy sources. What do you think about it? Then economic models are, when it comes to voluntary carbon markets, economic models are completely disconnected from what happens in the atmosphere. See presentation from Traxler, who established carbon markets, excluded atmosphere, impact on atmosphere. And last question, just today, a couple of hours ago, the president of COP has been cited in Reuters saying that there is no scientific basis for phase out of fossil fuel.
Okay, so I suggest the participants very shortly answer these questions, and then I'll give the floor to Agnès Kalibata. Dora?
Thank you very much. So I will try to be quick, though probably we could talk for hours about these questions. So the first one, whether we have any breakdown and whether we look into more details of any of the analysis, maybe good to take two dimensions. So one is by the type of fuels. We actually have in the same paper that I cited a breakdown. What we see is that coal is essentially not priced at the global level, and diesel and gasoline are the best price, so to say. So we do have a breakdown by the types of fuel. I think it's really interesting to look at that analysis. Maybe another dimension of your question is to look at the analysis by different sectors, which is actually an ongoing work that we are doing. So we are doing some analysis focusing on specific sectors, also because I think challenges, depending on sectors, might require different instruments. If you think about construction sector, probably that requires very different policy instruments than if you think about transportation. If you think about agriculture, you are faced with really different challenges, so you need to think about the appropriate policy instruments. So this is a work that we are doing currently, and I think it takes some time, but stay tuned for our publications over the next year. How to implement carbon taxation? Yes, it's politically really difficult. Maybe three dimensions important to mention. One is, I think, what we say is that we need to start somewhere and then gradually increase the price level. So we are not saying that you need to start with $85 per ton. What we are saying is that you need to reach that level at the global level, but you need to start somewhere. Also, if you are a poorer country, you should start lower. If you're a better off country, you should start higher. So in our own proposal, what we call an international carbon price floor proposal, we do recommend differentiated carbon prices depending on the development level.
Okay, I think we will now move to Adair, if that's okay, Dora, because of the time we have left.
One point, which I think international coordination is really important when we talk about carbon pricing, and I think that's one of the big obstacles.
Whoops. Does that go here? Yeah. 2 points on how to implement a carbon price. One is gradualism. You referred to the Ukraine-Russia war. There was a dramatic increase in the gas price. That produced an environment in Europe where politicians felt that they had to actually subsidize that to stop having effect. But even so, it was a very, very big effect on living standards and has produced a political reaction. The increase in the gas price induced by the Ukraine war was the exact economic equivalent of introducing a carbon price of about 250 euros a ton instantaneously. Any politician who suggests increasing a carbon price by 250 euros a ton instantaneously is mad. But it is very different to suggest that we should, on a pre-known basis, pre-announced basis, in 10 years' time, have a gradual increase of a carbon price, that is a much more acceptable thing to do. So that's point one. Point two is, don't get religious about covering every sector of the economy. There are some sectors of the economy where energy is managed by professional managers, looking at spreadsheets, looking at MPVs, where you could expect a high price elasticity of response to a changing price. In cement, in steel, in petrochemicals, in shipping, in aviation. Prices are likely to be effective, and in most cases, they do not have any significant immediate impact through to consumer living standards. Even a significant carbon price on global shipping will have a trivial effect on the price of a pair of jeans made in Bangladesh and bought in either London or Paris. So there's no consumer political difficulty of having a carbon price there. I think we should be a bit more cautious about putting carbon prices on gas for residential heat. Now, I don't exclude it, but I don't think we necessarily need the same price there that we should have in the industrial sectors. So I think the point is gradualism, and don't make the best, the economists' theoretical, it's got to be for all sectors at the equal price, the enemy of the politically sensible.
Okay, thanks. Three short observations before giving the floor to Agnès. And remaining roughly in our time allotted, we started not exactly in time. The first one has to do with carbon pricing. I have a nuance vis-à-vis what Doha Adair and Edmond said. For me, the distinction between voluntary and non-voluntary is extremely blurred. In my ancient political education, a tax is voluntary in a democracy. You have to have your people voting for a tax. So the notion that some are voluntary and others are compulsory in a democracy does not work. So I'm all with you on carbon pricing, but I would nuance this distinction. Second, on carbon removal, why do we have to look very seriously and invest in carbon removal? Simply because we will need to move to net zero. There is no way we will get as near as possible to 1.5 or 2 degrees without going to net zero. And the reason we have to go to net zero is because fossil fuel will have to be stopped in the north before it is stopped in the south. And then you need the north to provide the necessary buffer, which is net zero. What is true is that for the moment there is not a proper economic model for paying for carbon removal. And if you read our report, you'll see that there are a few proposals for this, including, for instance, take-back obligations, which we know are very sort of sensitive for the oil industry. And finally, and this links to something that was debated today at the COP, on this question of whether a ton captured or removed and a ton non-emitted have the same value. This is a tricky issue for economists, but economists basically answer this question in saying a ton is a ton. This is not what we say in the report. And I want to underline this very clearly, not least because there is a bit of a discussion between Al-Jaber and a physician and a specialist of physics today on whether fossil fuel is going to zero is scientifically based. In my view, in our view, it is scientifically based, and a ton non-emitted has a higher value than a ton captured or removed. That's a few precisions. Agnès, for the conclusion.
Thank you so much. And again, I recognize that we are running out of time, so I'll keep it very short. I had a number of things being said, and I wanted to mention that from an NDC perspective, I actually participated, I've been supporting the the EU, the United Arab Emirates on their declaration on food systems, mostly because we do recognize that something needs to happen in food systems to move, to bring our NDCs into the climate conversations as well. And it's good to see that in countries like Brazil have actually signed up, and private sector is beginning to engage where they are looking at how to reduce emissions within the cattle industry in Brazil. So it's not like many of these things are impossible. But like you said, we need to link carbon pricing, carbon incentives, to ensure, and maybe even regulation to ensure that we stay within 1.5 degrees. If everything doesn't, nothing else works, we will move the regulatory way, because I don't know, we will have to, as a world, we must come together around what will it take to keep us in this world. Because yesterday, 2 days ago, Prince Charles said that the earth does not need, this is not our earth, we belong to the earth. And if, because of that, it will reject us. If we continue doing this stuff, it will reject us. And we are already seeing that. In Nairobi last week, we lost 120 people to floods and stuff like that. The next thing I had was, or that I bring out because the Commission has been working a lot on it, is the whole idea of adaptation to climate change, which is extremely important. We have heard about high prices. We've heard about AgMet did an analysis, and they have shown that in 2050, Africa, nowhere in Africa can you produce maize, for example. You would have to find maize from somewhere else. So if we don't drill down and try to think through what adaptation will look like for countries that are struggling and suffering from the impacts of climate change, then we really have a problem coming our way. And maybe it links to the whole question around what is happening in South Africa and what you're saying, and just transitions. I mean, it's really important to go into these transitions. And we need to think through what reducing emissions will be like for many countries. But the problem is today, there are new wells being opened. We are not cutting down, we are opening new wells. Not just in South Africa or wherever, but in Europe. New wells are being opened. We are supposed to have reduced by 7%. We have only reduced by less than 1.2%. So there's all signs show that we are not going to be within the 1.5. And if we are not within the 1.5, what does it mean for countries that are most vulnerable? So for me, to conclude this whole conversation, I think there are two things really that came out that I appreciated. The whole idea of financing green economies in low developing countries is an opportunity that, in developing countries, is an opportunity that we should not miss. Because if we don't, it's going to get worse before it gets better. These countries are going to have to find survival mechanisms, and they'll be linked to environmental destruction more than to saving the environment. Then the other probably biggest incentive in all this is that if we don't strengthen resilience in developing countries, there's no question, there's no way we are going to meet SDGs, especially SDG 1 and SDG 2. So I think, for me, the opportunity is that we listen to each other. I mean, there's so much data in this room, there's so much information, and there's so much goodwill, but it's not adding up. So I think the question continues to be, that we who believe, us in the Overshoot Commission and other commissions, who believe that change is possible, we continue doubling down on pushing these messages down so that change can happen, because we are getting off track. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes, for this mobilizing final message. We've run out of time quite nicely. And thanks for the reminder. Thanks for this exchange. I learned, which is always great. I learned a few things during these 2 hours, and I hope it's the same for you. Thanks a lot. And for those of you who are now ending your working day, good evening and good night. Bye-bye.